Oh no, OBS still ain't doing hot. We fixed a lot of stuff. We didn't fix everything. Felicitations, my family of fledglings. I'm still obviously setting things up here. Whoops. Whoops. And ghosts. It's so good to unsee you. Welcome, Damien Halme, disruptor of minds and reprogrammer of your status quo. Our community is full of thoughtful, fearless thinkers ready to challenge their own ideas, see things from other perspectives, and then courageously challenge those people if their ideas are hurtful or bad. We are playing the second Myst game, remade as of just last month, and we're loving it. And by we, I mean me, like the royal we. I'm loving the remake of this game, to be perfectly honest. I think it's the best Myst in the series so far. My opinion. Today was a long day. Our crotch goblins were in a fashion show today. This is their second fashion show ever. And this is their second fashion show in one season of their lives, or period. And when littles are in a fashion show, you know that means like triple the work for the parents, of course. So, yeah. Hey, welcome back, we are. Hey, big guys, sure you don't remember me from the other day? I sure do. My big day went well. Yes, it was... You were cryptic, but inspiring. I was like, oh, big day. That probably means something cool. But I don't think they're going to say what. And I don't want to pry. But went well sounds good. I was doing metrics on where we've gotten to this year when I made such big changes to the content creator brand, such as... so that the master plan can take effect. I think you might have been here when we talked about my master plan, and we're well underway. I see really nice trends, and I feel incredibly optimistic that we will hit my first big goal. What I see is kind of like my end goal. If we hit that goal and we still keep growing. Cool. I have ideas on what to do if we ever got bigger than I need to for this household, but I'm really just trying to keep a roof over our heads and clothes on the kids' backs, food in everyone's bellies. That's really it. That is my end goal for streaming. So if we can get there, everything else is just, you know, icing on cake and further steepled hands. What are we going to do next? No, I have ideas of what to do next already. But that basically. Good stuff. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear everything was great for you. Some sports stuff. Nothing cool. People love sports stuff. Are you kidding me? Look at how much money is showered upon teachers and EMTs and morticians for putting together a really nice funeral for your loved ones when they pass, and just like local politicians, you know, people that run, you know, the city civic offices and make sure everybody's got licenses for things that they need and they're all permitted correctly and all that kind of stuff. Do we shower those people with money? No. Do we shower sports figures with money? Oh yeah, we do. A whole lot. People love sports. It is cool. At least my sport is thousands of years old. I don't know enough about sports to know which ones might be that kind of level of ancient. I'm curious now. But congrats on however your big day went. Well is vague in and of itself, but Hell yeah. Wrestling. Nice. All right. All right. That to me is a really amazing sport because you can't rely on somebody sort of watching from a command position, dictating your moves. You have to kind of take control of reading the whole situation. You have to really get into the head of your opponent. It's very much, to me, it's like one of the perfect conflicts where everything going on in you and everything going on in them is at direct opposition. You're trying to understand each other. You're trying to outthink or overthink the other person, maybe even in layers. Like, all right, if I advance this way, then they're going to come at me this way. So I shouldn't, or I should try that and know that they're going to do that and then be ready with this. But maybe they know I'll be ready with this. So what do I do to change that? And will they anticipate that? Like, there's so much brain work and body work involved. I played a lot of sports. Wrestling is the hardest by far. I imagine. Dave, hello and welcome. We are popping into the remake of Riven, the sequel to the great puzzle game Myst. I mean, the okay puzzle game Myst. The great lore game Myst. And so far, Riven, the great lore game Riven. These games are not my favorite puzzle games I think I've ever played. But boy, are they wonderful lore games. And the puzzles are sometimes, My only sort of contention about the new Riven is maybe after playing so many of the old Mysts, like the old Mysts that age the way they do, these puzzles feel a little on the nose. So far, these puzzles have felt kind of like, yeah, I see what to do. I know sort of what to do. And I am coming from a background for the first time on a Myst stream ever, having played a previous version of this game before. They've changed almost every puzzle significantly, so it is not like a go through the motions, you know how to do this, it's just going to be pretty this time, or better audio landscape. It's a lot more. They've changed even like the flow of how you walk around the islands. They've put a lot of effort into making this a new experience. But the puzzles feel a little easy. I don't need cryptic. I don't need to sit here and just guess and brute force my way through things or stumble upon things after hours of searching through pixels and just trying to click on everything in this world. That's not fun. But they went a little in the opposite way and made this very, what's a polite way to say the game's too easy? It's accessible. It's accessible to a wide audience. That's polite to say, right? Too smart for puzzle games. What a world. I don't know if I am not a puzzle person. They're smart and they're smart. I think if you are a real nerd, like a real nerd, I think I'm a real nerd, then you know what you know, but you also know what you don't. There are plenty of people out there that have that weird, like, they make posts on social media about their IQ score and about how...
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Daddy's here, but daddy's lurk. Thanks, Oz, for the lurk. Everybody, if you have a browser tab to spare, another screen or monitor, you want to post up another streamer, I highly recommend the Streamer of Oz, only on twitch.tv/the Streamer of Oz. My wife, life partner, and mother of my two crotch goblin fashionistas who did their fashion show today, their second fashion show today. Don't know what she's playing, but it's always fun times. I don't feel like I'm puzzle game smart. I know language and linguistics and math and music. I know that kind of stuff on a nerd level. But you get me in a puzzle game, especially ones that involve like, you know, here's a limited resource and try to strategically use it in a way that sort of anticipates, you know, like think 5 or 6 moves ahead in advance. I'd be like, I can't. My brain don't work that way. I cannot strategize that far into what is this? What is this thing? I hadn't seen this before. Are you the submersible above ground, but in a cavern? Is that what this is? It kind of looks like the submersible, actually, now that I think about it. Oz is awesome. We love ourselves some Oz. Yeah. Oh, my nose is doing the thing already. I haven't been in this room more than... Well, actually, I was trying to fix the bot that shows all the visuals, that does all the fun alerts and everything that was broken for 2 streams. 2 streams, because I didn't have time between Thursday and Friday to fix what was going on. And so I got into the sanctum early tonight and tediously and meticulously did almost every single alert except for the one that endangerment triggered for being first champion. I apologize. I fixed it after you triggered it, but it didn't shoot off the visual. Why is it? What is this big cut up there for? Did you guys lower this down by crane? These tribal technological people have some pretty crazy fancy toys. Also, I can clearly see there's a ladder right there to get down into this thing. So maybe this isn't the place where you ascend it, but we're gonna try. I'm gonna try it. We're gonna see what happens. I was away from my keyboard. That's fine. You don't have to apologize for that. You got a life outside of me. I mean, I would love for you to devote all of your time and energy to me, especially watching all of my VODs so that my watch hours hits 4,000 before the year's over, which is quite a monumental task to do, but I hope you can help. But, you know, being realistic, you ain't got that kind of time. I ain't got that kind of time to devote to somebody else either. I gotta do me, boo. Well, actually, what we're doing is getting Oz to be a mortician. And me being content creator fills in the gap of our finances if she does that. Because if she goes full-time, I gotta stay at home so kids have a resource. Know what I mean? What's your favorite music? That's so... I love so many different kinds of music. It would be like asking a foodie if you could have only one type of food for the rest of your life, what would it be? You're on a desert island and this one tree grows your favorite cuisine, like a lasagna tree or something. What would it be? And a foodie would be like, I have no idea. If you ask me favorite music, that's super hard. It's super hard. I'm gonna pretend I'm sleeping. I'll be back. Okay. Have fun closing your eyes and trying to fool somebody that you're not actually staying up and watching me. But do your parents know that you stay up late and watch my stream? Just kidding. I don't know what you're talking about. What genre? I would say I've definitely gone through phases in my life where it's been different things, but right now where my listening tends to be somewhere in a dark but driving direction, and it lives in a space that's this is, man, I'm so bad at talking about this kind of thing. I don't know what I would call this genre, but it'd be wide, and it would actually take up like two spheres, because I love them both equally, but sort of like where modern rock is now, which is with a lot more like drum machine and synth and big noise, as opposed to just like a 4-piece instrumentalist combo of like drummer, bass, guitar, and singer, but like with a lot of like heavy, thick sound, and then going all the way over to like club and dance and hip hop and rap area it would encompass both of those, but the common theme underlying all of that, somewhere between rock, club, and rap, would be gothic, dark, larger than life, like lyrics that are highly poetic and use big words, and you don't know what the song's about when you first listen to it. You sort of have to like read a song analysis or do your own. And the performers are usually some sort of big avatar. Like they're not them in their daily lives. They have crazy makeup or get up or masks or something, and they go by pretentious names, and it's all very artistic and it's very complicated of music, but not to the direction of like prog rock. Do you know what I mean? Because there are people who are pretentious of their music, but they don't care if something is catchy. And I like a good hook, I like a good chorus, I like something where the beat or the lyrics or the hook comes in and you can remember the song. So while I love and appreciate bands like Dream Theater and Porcupine and Mastodon, I don't find them highly engageable music. But yeah, I'm just in a very dark place in my life. So, as a big example, or two big examples, because this will span more towards the rock direction for one, and more towards the club direction for the other. Two of my biggest interests right now are Sleep Token and Ice Peak. And Ice Peak being Ice P. Is that right? Wait, hang on. How do you spell Ice Peak? With a 3 there. Like that. Them. And Sleep Token. Lasagna Tree. Sorry I mentioned that. Bro's so cryptic about it. I'm horrible about talking about music, but it's because I'm a total pedant. Like I love too many types of music. I'm in way too many scenes. There's only like one area that I never really delved deep into, and it's broadly sweeping. It affects the entire world. And that is any music that's like endemic to a country or is a country's specific, what's the word? Like identity music. That's what I mean. So like, if you know anything about Japanese culture, that would be like enka music. Or if you know about German and Polish culture, that would be like polka. Or Irish music, it would be like clanad, or like, you know, there's like sweet, you know, siren voiced sort of ambient world music, Enya kind of stuff. In the US it would be country or country western. Yeah, every country has like that sound that's like endemic to them, and it's like their tradition sound. I don't like that from anyone. No one. I haven't listened to a single country where I was like, oh cool, this is your like traditional music here. I really just want to listen to this for like the rest of my life. I don't feel that way about anybody's culture. I'm equally snobby about all of that, but I love a lot of other music, pretty much almost every other genre besides that. Imagine Dragons fan? I'm not a fan of Imagine Dragons. I don't know what it is. Actually, that's not true. I'm enough of a snob that I should be able to identify what it is. The thing with Imagine Dragons is he doesn't do enough dynamics with his voice, and I think he's a dynamic enough singer. I wish he did more breadth of sound with his voice and explored more areas. Or maybe it's just because I've only heard the radio hits, and maybe he is better at that. Their sound lacks nuance. It gets very wide and then doesn't ever go narrow, and they're incredibly sing-songy. If you just took like a little kid piano, like one of those that plinks like a toy piano, and you played an Imagine Dragons vocal line, it's all just like if you were doing like C major, it would just be the first 5 notes of the scale. There's very little imaginative about Imagine Dragons songwriting. It's incredibly basic. It's great entry level music if you've never listened to music before. Daft Punk fan? I love Daft Punk. I've listened to a vast breadth of their music. I've followed a lot of their creative projects. I love the movies that they've done, including the anime collaboration that they did in Estella 5555. I really liked the live action movie that they did, which was featuring songs that Daft Punk likes, and I even got into some of the music that they are interested in through their recommendation from that movie. I'm very nerdy about Daft Punk. They are good beans. Never heard of Ice Peak? If you haven't, go look them up. Go look up their story. Like, look up who they are first, and like something about their background, how they got started, all that kind of stuff. Go down that rabbit hole first, because I think you'll be at least interested, like how they got started and where they came from, and then listen to something of theirs. Anything that's like, you know, top hits on. Find a YouTube music video or something, get the full visual and audio experience together, and you'll see what I mean. Folk music, yeah, I guess any country's version of country music or folk music or tradition music is just doesn't hit. There's not a country in the world that I've found that I'm like, oh, everybody else I don't like, but this country does it right. No, I just feel like all countries' endemic music is whatever. Dame, can I call you Dame? No one's called me Dame before. How do I feel about it? Sure, call me Dame. Do you like MF Doom? I don't know them. I'd give them a chance. Found something we differ on. Imagine Dragon D's nuts. So what do we differ on? Please elucidate. I'm curious. Yeah. I'd be Dragon D's nuts all over Riven tonight. Okay. We've been circling around this one thing for quite a while now. The point is, I think, we see this and we want to get up there. It also looks like there's like a little crack here, so you might be able to ostensibly figure out how you get up into that region now that we're here. You come here for some kind of purpose. If we press this. Okay, it does what I thought it would do. The blue buttons generally call something to you, and this is already here on this landing pad, so I feel like the button is useless right now in the moment. What we needed to do was see that tunnel and then figure out... Never mind, I figured it out. You just don't see that from coming into this room, and that's clever, right? Because they have you starting out coming down here. You go into this room, look to my left. There, from the stream, there's no way you would see that that's a way through. You go straight to the source of interest, the point of interest. Then when you get bored and you're like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing here, you come back and it's backlit from the side. So as you're walking back, you do see the other. It's a little gotcha. It's kind of a corny trick, but I like it. It's clever. Don't overuse it, but it's not a bad idea. And in fact, it takes you literally right to the solution of the room. So you're minorly frustrated, and then they fix it for you. Yeah. Big words? All I know is big words. I like small words here and there. Oh, you like folk music? I mean, almost everybody does, right? Lots of people like folk music. Folk music is broadly accepted, easy to memorize because it usually relies on 4 different chords. You got your 1 chord, your minor, your minor 4, your major 5, and in some cases you got your I guess 1 4 5 is kind of all you need, but some people will throw in like a minor 6. I guess if you're doing major, it's not a minor 4, right? Major 1, major 4, major 5, and maybe a minor 6. Or if you want to write like sad folk music, maybe you do a minor 3. But you only do 4, so you can only choose between 6 and 3. But you always have to have 1 and 5, and usually the 4. You do those chords, you repeat ad nauseum, you make it so it's very easy for anybody to grab a guitar and play along. And you hook, and you get everybody singing together at some point, right? And maybe some authentic natural instrumentation, like drums or just something, hand claps or whatever. If it's lively, if it's soft folk music, then you know you just need to break it down and have much less going on at any one time. Yeah. Folk music is just so formulaic, and the formula is never do anything complex and never do extensions on chords. So I'm just not my thing. Obsession with Viking songs right now? Interesting. I must say I really like the music of the indigenous. I see what you did there. All right, let's flip this. Does that lower the... Ooh, it moves it over first. And then I guess I just walk on down. All right, I guess we have to click to climb. Oh, he's moving on his own. This man's moving on his own. I didn't fall for it. You're right. Yeah. I've been around the block, and I've watched... Like well before I ever decided to do live streams, and I was only doing like VOD work, I used to watch like Twitch fails. And there used to be, I don't know if this website's still around, but there used to be like a fail community. And oftentimes in the early days of that website, they would show people being tricked into saying things that were like hate speech. I don't think anybody ever got banned for it, but you know, like people would put stupid names. Is basically like the Bart Simpson and Mo the bartender sort of tricks, right? Like, oh, you just got a donation from what is that name? And they read it out loud and they're like, oh, what did I just say live on stream in front of, you know, X number of people live, and it's saved on a VOD forever. I've been around the block. What's your favorite mythical creature? My favorite mythical creature? Probably the Kelpie. Do you know what a Kelpie is? They're like water horses that live in rushing rivers and rapids. And they grab children and pull them under and drown them. Yep. I was wondering about the static too. Wait, static? Is there static going on right now? Let me see if I can fix it. Usually it's because something is too close to my audio workstation. Let me pause the game, because there's also ambient motorization going on in the background with this device I'm in. So if I pause it, do you still hear fuzz or something like that? If you do, then yeah, I'm hearing like 4 people talking about it. Went away when you paused? Oh, hang on. Let me unpause and tell me. Is there a mechanical sound? Is there a mechanical sound and static together? Let me know what's going on here. It's back? All right, we'll save and kill the game. It's got to be the game's doing something funny. This has happened before. This has happened before. This wouldn't be the first game that decided it was going to be wonky. All right, Riven, behave. It sounds like electricity. Yeah, this is not the first game that this has happened with. This is, I forget which scene. Do you still hear static in this intro? . 'Cause 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 ' Your favorite mythical creature is the mind goblin. These nuts. Weehaw, I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. You ever heard of the Danish? I'm telling you. You feel accomplished? I said your punchline before you even got to it. You just wanted me to say that out loud. If that's all you wanted to hear, then I'm happy to make you feel accomplished. We did it. We did it, folks. Damien said a funny thing. All right, we're in. You should hear mechanics. You should not hear an electrical buzz. How are we doing? I was 3 steps ahead. It's fixed? Good, good, good. Buzz free. The only buzz is those of you who started drinking before you started watching the stream. Just kidding. Okay, so it's a 5-point star. That means we're probably either going to the place where we just closed the star, or each one of these 5 is a destination, including where we are right now. So can we... Yeah, that moves that way. This... I don't know what that does yet. This... does... I don't know what either. Let's go round robin. That's in place. And what is this guy? It looks like a candle. Oh no, it's one of the ping pong balls, isn't it? This place, all of the Riven remake is powered by ping pong balls or something. That's what I forgot to do. I may need to turn your streaming into a drinking game. Do you... So out of everybody here, Kaistiana's known me probably 6 times longer than everybody here. And if Oz is still... I don't think Oz is lurking. I think Kaistiana knows me at least twice as long as even Oz. Are there words that come up regularly in my vernacular that you could make a drinking game out of? Just kind of curious. Okay, do we do that? Let me make this happen. Although if I... Maybe I can't know the words, because I'll police my language. And by police, I don't mean I will refrain from saying those words. I mean, I'll strategically get you sloshed. And by strategic, I mean just, I'm a goblin. These nuts. My sister Candace introduced me to you. She's a massive fan. You should say hi. I feel like there's a joke in there too. But I don't hear the punchline. It's one I haven't. So that's weird. This is like a floater letting me know where I am in the water. Interesting. Can this... So it's obviously like can this, but then can this what? Can this... Can this jokester come up with better jokes? Oh, got him. Not yet, but I'll start paying attention. Or like when you do some things like technical no! If you do a drinking game based on my technical difficulties, I'll be sad. Because I'll want you to drink, but I also don't want my stream to suffer. Last night we spent like the first 5 to 10 minutes just trying to get this stream to work. Okay, so this is the first place we ended up by going from bottom middle to the left. But in the first Riven, this would be like the ultimate place you're trying to get to. You solve the rest of the subterranean puzzle, I think, to get here. And we're already here. I'm for it, actually. I want to see it, because I want to see what goes on in this area. In OG Riven, you go up here and you see the guy that shot that got shot at the very beginning with the tranquilizer dart, and they've imprisoned him for some reason. And there was a cutscene, and I cut it short because I hit escape to try to save. Or no, I tried to pause it because some people were going AFK. And I ended up not pausing it. I ended up skipping the cutscene and couldn't replay it. And I felt really sad. How dare you accuse me of... No, I can't. It filtered my joke. Oh! The joke in that sentence was... Can this penis fit in your mouth? Got it. You can't say that word. You can't even just type penis in YouTube. This is a not a for kids video. So I'm pretty surprised that they would censor that word in chat, but maybe it's just a blanket YouTube moderation thing. The visuals. They're back, Kit. The Pen 15 Club. How can we interest you in joining the Pen 15 Club with us? I'll show you how to do it. You can type penis in Twitch. See, Twitch is just I don't know. I want to say it's better because I need more of you on YouTube more often so I get my watch hours. YouTube is better for watching, Twitch is better for chat. Open up both and then chat in Twitch and watch on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. Don't let me micromanage your lives. And there can be different parameters, certain words, tech difficulties, distracted from the game every time you save. If we're distracted from gameplay, if you drink every time I stop playing the game and just sort of like wander around like I'm doing right now and engage with you guys will get hammered every stream, if that's what you want. We can make that happen. Every time you save, that one would be kind of hard. Some games auto save. This game, I do save, but it also auto saves, so I don't save very often. You'll probably go dry. Go back to junior high if you don't know that one. Pen 15, yeah. Headed over to Twitch. William, will you actually? Well, keep YouTube open because I need your watch hours. Twitch, I don't need watch hours on. I taught the child. We will get her wasted. Christiana can waste herself. She doesn't need the game. It just makes things more fun. Okay. Let's try the bottom button. I imagine it works like an elevator. Although elevators only have one button, and that's the call button, right? This shouldn't dictate. Wait, what the heck? What is this? An elevator for ants? What am I supposed to do with this? What if we step on it? No, it doesn't go up on its own. Damn, that would be fun. The bottom part of it looks kind of like it should hold candles. Looks like a very stylistic candelabra. What about number 2? What is... No! It's... No! Wait! No! I had a chance to get on it. Get on it. That's not happening. Alright. You have no idea how much I have to drink to get wasted. We've talked about this. Yeah. There's no sound? Oh. Piddle sticks. Hang on. I know how to fix that one. That one is an OBS problem that has a solution. Oh, I forgot I'm in QWERTY because of this blasted game. There we go. You heard it this time, I hope. I cannot open both, but when I watch a VOD, it's on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Even free support matters because watch hours is something I cannot generate on my own. I can't pay for it if I had the money to pay for it in the first place. I can't go on a computer in this house and watch my own videos in that way. I can't make it happen. It has to be community driven. And I think if somebody were to just sit and watch my video playlists over and over and over again, YouTube would probably throttle your IP, like, oh, you must be a bot or something. Something's weird here. Nobody just goes to Damien's channel and watches his stuff. I mean, I wish people would, but you know, realistically, it's probably thinking that's not real. Like, this shouldn't really be happening to somebody. And so they'll probably throttle the amount of engagement you do. So word of mouth, I guess, or more algorithm. However I get higher up in the algorithm is probably the best way to do it. Those are shackles. Those little, they were so skinny. Maybe they're like kid shackles. What does this one do? Oh, it's going, the whole thing's going up. Oh, I think I remember that was a thing that you could do, that you should do. Let's press the bottom one again and get everything on down. Wait, is the whole thing coming down now? No, it is just... Those aren't shackles. They're too small. What just happened? Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my family of fledglings. Are you also subscribed on YouTube? If not, could you? No, I don't need your subscription, but I do need the watch hours, to be honest. You don't remember the Wark game very well, do you? Those guys dangled by their ankles? I never played Wark. Go to Nico's house and turn your VODs on there. You know how far away Nico lives? You go to Nico's house. You're closer to him than I am. My fucking Gmail wasn't working. Hello. I see you are a consistent brander. You don't have different names across different platforms. Some of you, I have to memorize your YouTube name and your Twitch name so I recognize you in different areas. On Instagram, and this is special because this is new. We've only been streaming on Instagram for 2 weeks now. On Instagram, I can see your face or your profile picture or whatever. So I kind of know or can be reminded who you are, especially if I haven't seen you in a long time and I'm like, oh, what's that name? No, I know that name. Yeah. Because I pair it to the face, you know? It's me, Dame. It's me, Dame. It's Weeha. Yes. Hi. Hello. The number teaching game? Oh, is that called Wark? Oh, because that's what those fish things are, right? They're called Wark. You played that tons? Oh yeah, I don't remember the numbers. My dad cooked when I was little. Okay. Is he a good cook? Get on. Get on up. Maybe I should have things that make me take shots and things that are just sips from beer or cider. Maybe. Depends on where you want to get with your night at the end of it. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. I got afraid that it was going to keep going higher and higher. Or that these jawbones were going to... Maybe one's going to chomp down on me. It's not that type of game. I know. Dame, it was me. I know I'm reading your chat in 2 different places. Isn't that amazing? The power of technology. Welcome to 2024. If you open up Instagram right now and go to my name there it's really surprising. It's Damien Hallmay. If you go there, you can see my stream there as well. And if you open up kick.com, you can actually chat with me on those 2 platforms as well. It's kick.com/Damien Hallmay. Real big surprise. I know. I'll be really sad when some troll starts trying to like sign into new social media platforms and like reserve my name, and then I have to like pay them some sort of ransom, or I just go there and I start calling myself like official Damien Hallmay. Or maybe I get so famous there'll be like 50 official Damien Hallmays coming out, different misspellings of my name, to try to trick people into thinking that's really me, and then they'll say like really mean things. I'll be like, that's not me. I'm mean, but I'm not mean that way. OnlyFans/Damien Hallmay? I think I do have one. I don't have any content up, but I think I do have one. The thing with OnlyFans and a person of my branding is people would go and try to look for free stuff, and then they wouldn't sub. Nobody would toss me money, or if they did, they do it for 1 month to see what I've posted, and then be like, all right, I understand. and then it wouldn't be recording. And it's a lot of work. OnlyFans is so much work to make that kind of content. I don't want to do. I like using my brain and not my body. Speaking of somebody not using their brain, though, can we give a a Cuban necktie or some New York shoes to Tacito over here? Thank you. I was surprised you realized what name I was using here, considering you've known me for 18 years as Koki. That wasn't hard. I know this name. I know you by this name as well. Much more so than Monk. That one will take me getting used to. But an interesting thing is I called you some variation of Koki for a long time around almost everybody, whether they've met you or not. And it was Oz who put her foot down and is like, you know, you've been friends for so long, you should really start using her real name. And I was like, I guess. It's weird though. And I know other people with that name, and she's like, yeah, but she matters enough to you that she should be the default. You know, when you know like 4 Thomases, there's one who's like, that's Tom, that's your guy Tom, and everybody else is like, oh well, that's Thomas Miller, and that one's Thomas Smith, and that one's you know, Weird Tom, because you know. And Oz was like, you should make her the default. And so if anyone else asks or talks about another person with that same name, you should be confused until they add in a last name or something like that, because you have a default, and your default is Christiana's name that I won't say out loud. Where can I sign up? Weehaw, you haven't even seen what's underneath the edge of this frame. Did you see Bernadette Banner's experimental OnlyFans? She did scandalous Victorian ankle pics. I heard about the experiment. I imagine it probably went swimmingly, but also, you know, she had a big following beforehand. It's been a while since I got to use the hammer. I appreciate your face. Thank you. Monk, that's my LOJ alter ego. Got it. Interesting. One of these days, when we have the means to do so, I absolutely want to go. We both really want to go. What's up, Jim? Welcome on in. Myst 4, if I got it right, Kino game choice. Not Myst 4. This one is Myst 2, aka Riven. You are just seeing the 2024, actually as of last month, remake. Is that Kino? Have you played this one?
We Hawang just subscribed.
Prime sub. You know how special that makes me feel. Prime subs are only 1 per month. You have to choose which celebrity gets it. And so for you to say, yeah, D is the one who earns the Prime sub this month, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I'm beside myself. I'm humbled. Humbled? That's not the right word. It feels nice. I was trying to be smart, but that was not the right word. Feels very nice when somebody does that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just realized I don't remember your handle. My handle? Like Emerald Isle handle? Like way back in the day handle? You don't need to know it. You don't need to remember. It was dumb. Put Uru away for a later experiment for an actual quality product. Yeah, Tara and I have plans for Uru Center. Also, hello and hi. How are you doing? It's been a minute. Yeah, we're gonna do something with the multiplayer scenario with that one. And so right around that time where I was like, you know what? I think we need to backpedal and maybe not go down this route so we can wait for Tara to be ready. Then this game dropped, and Sem was super gracious and bought us the remake Riven, and we're trying it out. And I can tell you, this game has been a ton of fun so far. Everything about it so far is significantly better than every Myst I have played so far. For real. Honestly. Yeah. It did go amazingly well, but she also agrees it's an insane amount of work. Yeah. I'm just not... I do want to do an insane amount of work to grow this content creator platform, but I don't know if that platform is where I want to go ever. Unless people were going to throw like life-changing money at me. Like, hey, D, here's money that you can send both your kids to college with, and don't worry about your 401k. Like, we're going to top it off for you so you can, retire when you're ready to retire. Oh, well, all right. Well, maybe then. Maybe at that point. It was either you or Moist Critical. You picked me over him, over Critical. That guy's a sexy beast. Are you sure? In the fall, when I could turn electronics on again without my house becoming an oven, 100%. Not that it wasn't an oven while the power was out the past 2 weeks. I don't know how you survived it, but I'm glad you're on this side of that story, that arc. Let's close that act and pretend it never happened. And let's hope you don't have to spend another summer in Texas ever again. If you ask me, the entire Myst series is Kino. It's got its ups and downs. I will say that I totally get the nostalgia. This is the first playthrough for me for every game. I'd say except this one because we played the original Riven, but this game and the original Riven's flow and puzzles are different from each other. So even this is kind of like a first playthrough experience. Right when I think I know what to expect because we played the original Riven, this one throws you for enough loops that you can't really predict almost anything that's going. As far as the lore, the stories with Atris and learning about his family and all the powers that they have and the way that they interact with their creations, it is really nicely written. I still have questions about Atris as a human being. I feel like there's something wrong there that we're not being told. When we beat, especially Myst 4, I absolutely felt like we got the evil ending or like the bad ending. And apparently people said I wasn't alone in that. But that was the good ending. It's just because Atris is so distorted. There's something wrong with him. I'd love to see that in like maybe a later Myst. They're like, and we're revealing, here's why he's so like out there, total space cadet. But besides the lore, I'm a little bit disappointed with the way the puzzles were done in almost every game except for Myst 3 was pretty good. But the lore makes the nostalgia, I think. Everybody remembers these games for the story, and I get it. The story is fantastic and keeps me going even through the hard parts. It got up to 85 in here with 82% humidity. That is awful. To be stuck indoors with that sort of vibe. I'm already like a 6-month sub to Moist, so I think we're good. You broke a 6-month sub. Was it a streak? Were you on a 6-month streak and then you're like, maybe D this time? I feel like extra honored. I feel so honored. I don't even know how to react to the honors. Thank you. If you're being, tell me the truth. You kind of strike me as a troll, so I also feel like you could just be making this up just for the funsies. Just for the shiggles. You know how if you've been in water a while, your fingernails start to get a little translucent because they've absorbed so much water? Mine started to look like that just sitting here because of the sweat. Yikes. Yikes, Tara. I mistyped that so bad. I can mostly read bad typos. We don't gatekeep here. Y'all be who you want to be. It's implicit. I've decided this. Atris isn't an evil dude. He's just a shit dad. Maybe. If you look at the way his kids turn out and you get a decent amount of interaction with Catherine and she seems sincere, caring, maybe to a fault. She worries about herself and her impact on the world. And then you hear how Atris kind of talks about the world, and there's stuff missing in him that you see. And the amount of Catherine content you get to Atris is like a ratio of like 100 to like 2. Your view of Catherine is so narrow, and I feel like she already feels so much more human. Atris is very similar to humans in a way like Mark Zuckerberg is, where you just feel like there's some endemic parts to him missing. Could I drop some personal lore real quick? Yeah, do your thing. Tell a story. I am curious if you're trolling though. For the non-math geeks, that's 50 to 1. Yeah, I know I said 100 to 2, and that's kind of a weird. I started out with trying to think of 100%, but I'm like, you know what? That doesn't really make sense, because the lore between them makes up less than 100% of each game. I got lost in my own math, and so I just randomly spit out some numbers that just felt proportionally accurate. I had an account on TikTok that I would often collab with a friend for some storytelling. Amazing. I've thought about doing stuff like that. I got a good friend that's got a pretty decent, he doesn't come from media training, but he ran a YouTube channel before. Like me, we were, old guard YouTube content creators, and we've been talking about doing conversational stuff like that. I got mass reported and banned a few weeks ago over nothing. On TikTok, the community is usually pretty chill about that kind of stuff. Do you feel like somebody took you on? Like got a whole community against you or something? I feel bad. All right, let's see what this guy has to say in this. Hopefully we can't skip the cutscene here. Hello? Is this the same guy? I don't feel like this is the guy that we met at the very beginning of the game. This is somebody else. It's just some random prisoner dude. Hello? Can we chat? Can I click on you and we'll talk? It was one hater with a few bots. That's rude. That's rude. Do you have any idea? Like, did you post something and you're like, I wonder if we crossed a line here, and then like within a week you got a ban and you're like, yeah, all right. I guess that sucks, but I see where this hater came from. Or was it like you were super blindsided from the action? I'm just curious. They would often post horrid shit in my comment section. Oh, you think you know who actually reported you? Does TikTok say that kind of stuff? That I feel like that would be not a good idea for them to do. They push this first. Hello? Oh, maybe that's not a button. It's just an axle. Do we open it this way? Oh, you just click. A lot of stuff that looks like a handle, I assume you drag and you move. But frankly, dragging and moving in a circle is super annoying. And especially in Myst 4, when you had to do that with the monkey puzzle, I hated that. I hated that so much. And I feel for everybody that had to do that with your mice and trackballs and other pointer devices back in the day, rotating your hand around trying to do this stupid puzzle. It's so lame. I just did it with my fingers because trackball, but no matter what, it's what a dumb way to make a puzzle work. It wasn't any different from the content I would post, but I used a no-no word one time. Oh, gotcha. The monkey puzzle is torturous. Torture? Yeah, torturous. Even when you know what you're doing. I was missing basic content to solve the puzzle, and I already hated it. And then when we got everything that we needed, and I understood the mechanics, I still didn't want to do it. I just had to do it because it's a non-optional puzzle. I think maybe that's part of Myst's problem, and that's why some people feel it has a bit of bad notoriety, is the hard puzzles could have been optional. Like, you want to get like a whole 100% completion, maybe get some extra lore dives, you get to see extra secret cutscenes, and you can wear that badge with pride. You can go to school the next day and be like, hey, well, I don't know when you all played Myst, if you were little or old or whatever, but you know, clout with people, other people that know, like, hey, so did you see the one cutscene where they talk about you know, Atris's grandmother, and they show, you know, they show her when she was young? Did you see that one? Oh, I guess you can't solve that puzzle. I solved it last night. Yeah, it only took me 3 days, but I figured it out. Maybe one day you'll figure it out too. That would be kind of cool in its own sort of like weird way. But to make the hard puzzles mandatory, that's annoying. And to make the ones with really weird control schemes mandatory, to do the control scheme, like even have a toggle in settings that says, don't make me do drag and like move things around sort of things. I just want to click and I want to watch an animation of a crank going. I don't want to crank it with my own fingers. That would be cool too, you know. Accessibility features. Trackpad, right. Several months ago. Yes. Tara and I are like neck and neck with these. The story has a good ending though. My friend found their main account and got them banned for botting. Nice. Which is a part of how I know it was them who did it. Clever. So you're somebody good to know if anything adverse happens to one of my accounts. I'd be like, yo, I need Weehaw to do some detectivating here. Help me out. Find out who's reporting me and let's get him. I already want to punch the imaginary kid Damien is describing. That pretension, that level of pretension. Hey, when you're a nerd like me, you end up meeting a lot of other nerds that are not like... Wait, did this guy just peace out? There was a cutscene with him in the first one. I feel like I did something wrong. I didn't mean to let you go, little buddy. Oh, this is creepy. What if you walk in here and somebody closes this behind you? I feel like a remake of this game would do something sinister like that. Like, you see a face pop up from the side and they're like, and then they go and you're like, no, wait. And then they're already closing the gates. And now you're the prisoner. That's what I would do if I was designing the remake of this game, but nobody talks to me about my good ideas. I've had so many times where you all, bless your hearts in the positive way, not the rude way, have told me that my ideas of how something should be solved sound better than how it actually gets solved. Like, yo, Damien's idea is actually like better than what they did. Maybe I should make a puzzle game one day. That's what she said. I don't want to crank it with my own fingers. True. It's always better when somebody else steps in and does it for you. Even if you have to tell them what to do, it's better. Was there a cutscene? I don't remember. There was, but I hit escape. So it could have been something really small and useless. Like the prisoner gets up and looks at you, or the prisoner... You open this door and the prisoner stands up and walks out. I don't know. I have no idea. I hit escape because I was trying to pause the game so other people could catch the cutscene. Maybe they were in an ad break or something. I forget. But I skipped the cutscene and I couldn't replay it. And I don't remember the last time I saved before then, so I didn't reload from a save. Yeah. My friend had his account banned with almost the exact same story, though. Man, he was just a hater magnet. You gotta watch yourself. There are ways you can get around that kind of stuff. I mean, especially certain types of words and ideas. You want to be careful with what you put out there online, but if you say things the right way, hopefully you can escape that kind of fate in the future. Learning about like what to say and what not to say is an ever expanding conundrum, though. Like you're never just done. You never just learn the polite way to interact with the world, because it will change on you and then you need to learn new rules. I mean, just look at old people. They try to talk polite and then they say something like incredibly racist or bigoted or misogynistic or something. You're like, whoa, we don't, the world ain't like that anymore, Gramps. I'm like, oh, well, you know, back in my day, nobody complained. Well, nobody around you looked different, so of course they didn't complain. Yeah. You wouldn't believe the BS complaints that old fans have had about things that have been changed with this game. What complaints? I've got nothing but praise so far. Pretty much. Have we complained about anything on stream yet? Maybe I have. I'm pretty good at complaining. But so far it seems fine. Right down to things like color grading and the speed at which cutscenes start or don't. I don't know. I had those complaints about Myst 4. But Myst 4, like we came from Myst 3, you would click and the second you clicked, you're in a new screen in Myst 3. It was snappy. Cutscenes played quickly. Nothing had bad load times. And Myst 4, the cursor animations had load times. The screens had load times. Sam
_ Steelheart just subscribed.
Aw, Sam, thank you. Thank you so much. Terra is endemic to our community, I believe, and couldn't think of a better person to receive a gift sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, Myst 4 was an awful backstep, and it didn't even look like it was so much more immersively complex of tech than Myst 3. And I mean, we're playing both of these on, you know, like a relatively newer machine. I streamed Cyberpunk on this machine and it ran okay. We don't have ray tracing cards or anything like that, but you know, it does fine.
That's another thing.
Toady,
I'm right as the mail.
thank you for the self-care. Because Akumu didn't remind me, and because I'm awful at reminding myself, that's how I should have started. I forgot my water, so I might do a BRB and go grab my my water bottle and then come back to make sure I do Toadie's self-care. But I'll catch up with chat first. It surprises me that people were so upset at the remake bits for this, because color seems fine, load times seem fine, it's snappy. Myst 4 was weird, and I don't know why. It shouldn't have been slow in any way. I felt like it slowed things down for no reason, in ways that this machine would have been able to do fine. But this I've got no complaints about this game. They should have the guy shut the door on you here. Yes, yes. Ending of Saw music as Damien screams, "No!" Those Saw movies, though. I'm a big horror fan, and Saw is just I could not get behind that franchise. I watched them all too, so you know I wasn't gonna boycott them, but I've seen better. He pushes the boundaries more than I did, though, for sure. Oh, okay. I love the totes and approps. Thank you for using that. I animated that myself from scratch, so I wish it got more traction. Thank you. I thought I still had an active sub. Maybe it was just about ready to expire. I was very confused when I saw my name on the screen. Yeah, I know the push thing on screen. I have to actually read chat, because on screen it says you sub, and so I've said sometimes like the wrong person when I'm trying to like read who's subbing versus who got the sub, right? I saw this whole thread of stuff on Reddit about how quickly the guy shows up that steals your book at the beginning, shows up from out of frame too quickly, and that's a real problem that I can't believe they don't understand is a huge issue. Because you don't stare at like the void and feel stuck. Is that it? I guess with new players, if you are in the prison and somebody doesn't immediately come on screen, you start to panic and think, okay, how do I solve this puzzle? Whereas if he comes on the screen too fast, you don't have time to think there's a puzzle to solve or not. You just see the cutscene and you know that you have to sit back and let things play out. Maybe. I don't think it's a big deal. It's a choice. You could do it one way or the other. I think the choice that they made was fine.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Oh yeah, it's working. They're all working again. I think all of them now. I missed one before the stream started. That's how many different updates I had to do to get StreamerBot working before we started. That I didn't even get them all. This is such a nice community. Happy I stumbled upon it. You know, all the like jokes and trolling and stuff aside, this is a community of some really deep thinkers and big empaths, I should say. The folks here are, by and large, very brave about sharing ideas, being willing to expose their viewpoints to light and maybe have conflicting ideas without going ad hominem on each other. That is like doing personal attacks about somebody to like win an argument. We talk about a lot of like hot topics, political things, things that are controversial. And I've never seen anybody get in a fight in chat over it. People have had, you know, very disparate ideologies, maybe opposite sides of a spectrum, and that's been fine. As long as everybody gets to a place where they're at least talking about like something positive in the end and not, well, I hate fill in the blank type of person, or like, I can't see why anybody would do this good thing. And it's just, obviously, if you're going to be introducing like hate speech or anything antagonistic or blanket or just dumb, you just get banned, because you're probably doing worse than my community cares. You're probably breaking TOS. So those people don't live here very long, but everybody else who stays has just been like willing to deprogram themselves, de-radicalize, learn new things, break urban legends that they grew up with or misinformation, and just we're all just like growing and studying and challenging ourselves together. And you're all smart, you're all fucking nerds, and I love that. You're just all a bunch of smarties, and this community has been great. This year we did some pretty big curation. Some folks left to go find somebody who would just stream games and just be like a bro chad on their cam for, you know, parasocial relationship stuff, and that's fine. There's plenty of people you can find on streaming platforms to do that, just be pals with you. But my community is a little bit challenging, but I think the people who are here are up for that challenge, because they all have big hearts with a strong mind in how do we do things better than what they've ever been done before. You know, how do we break algorithm? How do we break multi-generational trauma? They're a damn good community. My favorite community. Can I say that? I've been in some online communities myself. This is my favorite community. I'm biased because I helped build it, but I fucking love this community better than anything I've ever been a part of before in my entire life. Let me make sure I'm telling the truth. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Oh geez, Sam expired like 5 minutes ago. Look at that. Swooped in and made sure you don't get an ad break ever. I'll use this from now on. Amazing. Totes in approbes. Did you put a new cologne on, or am I having a stroke? Are you sniffing my clothes right now? It was more like as if he didn't see you link it. Gosh, so unrealistic. Huh? Oh, you can smell it everywhere? There might be two reasons. One, yes, I did use the like schmancy cologne. And two, a guy passed me a card with a spritz of something on it, and it's somewhere in the house. But it's probably what I spritzed on me that you smell everywhere, because when we came home, I rubbed my body all over all of our furniture. As if he didn't see you link it. So, gosh, so unrealistic. I'm not sure I understand. Oh, link in. As if he didn't see you link in. Oh, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the guy's a little pedantic, though. Seems like a really weird thing to get upset about. I'm glad echo chamber is always a bad thing in my mind. We are the anti-echo chamber. That is a wonderful way to describe this community. I am a disruptor, and we are in an anti-echo chamber. I may not always agree with someone, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends. I think we need to get back to that world. That's one of my driving ambitions is I know too many people that have said, here are my checkboxes for like my socio-political stance in the world, and if you don't match all of them, we're done. I won't engage with anything you have to say. I won't understand your motivations. I won't connect with you on a basic level. You are the devil or evil or a monster or cruel if you don't think about things, the world and life and family and whatever the way I do. We're done. And I want us to get past that. Subtext, my community are just better quality people. Don't deny it. Can we be a little bit snobby? I think we can. But one of the things I want to be snobby about is that we're not snobs either. In that, whether we feel like we're doing things better than other communities, sure, that's fine. But that's an action. Are we better than other people because we do community better? No. Other people are welcome in. They can join us too. They can play by our rules and be a part of this experiment. And that's fine too. And if they're not like that, that's fine. They can go and still be, lovely in their own communities. But I wouldn't want us to ever like stoop to describing somebody else from another community or another big streamer or somebody I get into like conflicts with, or we get in arguments or debate streams online against somebody's viewpoints or reactions to somebody's content online, where we would ever go ad hominem, i.e. personal attacks on that person. We always focus on the actions or the premise of the ideas that they raise. If somebody says, oh, I think, abortion should be banned in all cases, even in cases of like, rape and incest and that sort of thing. That's just the way I feel. And you go, well, you know what? Your t-shirt with a hot dog on it proves that you're like a closet homo, and your point's invalid because don't go after somebody for how they dress, what they look like, the size of their nose, their ethnic background. Nothing about who they are. Just make fun of how shitty their argument is. That's easy enough. That's enough. Big debate streamers. I'm gonna throw Hassan under the bridge for this, but like Destiny and Vosh and like all these people. And then on the right, you've got people like Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro. They all do this, and their communities do it even harder. They find stuff about the person to make fun of. They're belittlers. They're bullies. And it's so easy to get people on your side with that. And it's so easy to avoid talking about the topic and the policies and ideas wrought and the motivations behind those, if you can keep talking about the person, the messenger. Let's just make fun of the messenger. I don't want to engage with the greater ideas. I just want to make fun of somebody. Yeah. I think the problem is people not seeing the line between disagreements and mutually exclusive views. 100%. Yeah, 100%. A lot of people have much more mutually inclusive ideologies than they care to admit, and what they're actually looking at is an idea, and a difference in how you implement an idea. There are exclusive views as well, but a lot of it's down to implementation. I completely understand complaints about the goofy CGI characters. Yeah, I get that. I have a nostalgia for the actors. I'd love if they had like high-res masters that they could implement in this and bring them up with more pixels. But if they don't, then I get why they replaced them, but it kind of sucks. But not the timing argument. I liked my TikTok community a little better, but that was my baby. Oh, I wonder if you can get them back. Did you do anything to keep them engaged off of the platform? Like, I encourage people to join my Discord or find cyberstalk me in some other way so that you've got me across multiple platforms just in case something happens. I also quad stream. So, I mean, if for some strange reason, Big Mommy Twitch just said tomorrow, hey, there's no future for you and you're no longer, allowed on this platform, I just stream on 3 platforms instead of 4 then until we get enough followers on TikTok, and then we're back up to 4 again. That village looks like an insect hive of some sort. I'm fairly certain it's developed for that, in that aesthetic, for a reason. This very much looks insect to me as well. And I'm certain there's an ideology behind how Gen perceives these people that's presented in this visual, that we're supposed to feel that a little bit ourselves. Because Gen is supposed to be sympathetic to some degree. He's supposed to feel like a monster eventually, but there's some sympathy in the arc. They did the writing for the lore for this game fairly well, especially with Gen. I have a Washington approach to politics. Political parties tear my nation, America, apart, and people morally grandstand using politics to justify beliefs that they never thought about. I don't like politics, period. I agree as far as how politicians and politics engage in the world. I feel like a lot of politicians don't believe what they say, but they want to do whatever gives them more money. Once you put an incentive behind something, having sort of an understanding of a real motivation is pretty confused at that point. Ask any office worker who's like trying really hard to prove to his uppers that he really cares very much about this job and like the future of the company and wants things to like work very streamlined. If you said, can we turn your position into a volunteer position? He would lose the interest and the motivation to make that company work, right? Ask any politician if they would still do it for free. So there's a lot of confusing and conflating, and certainly a lot of people don't challenge their own beliefs in politics. So if you ask them certain prying questions, like, well, you know, what if this hypothetical circumstance came about? Would you still hold the same, you know, overarching meta belief? People get uncomfortable about that kind of analysis. They don't want to be perceived in that way. They just want to feel like they can talk in a very broad, cloud level explanation without you probing for conflict, without you probing for hypocrisy, and they just want to feel like you're tribal with them. There's a lot of tribalism today, right? I miss EI, but it was also a wee bit toxic. I was barely introduced to the toxic side of things, and I still caught wind of it. I also dislike when people use a belief system they don't actually understand or believe in to justify their opinions. Yeah, that one. There's so many people. I think there's especially a lot of Americans that cosplay as Christians but don't have any idea what the roots of Christianity teach, or they want it to be different. Wasn't it there was somebody who in the last probably like 5 years were sort of modernized some of the talking points of Jesus beliefs and talked to some Americans who claimed to be, you know, strong Protestant American Christians, and said, what do you think about these beliefs? And there's, oh, like, I don't want to hear that libtard bullshit. And they're like, well, you know, these are actually from the Bible. These are spoken by Jesus. And they'd say stuff like, that was for a different time, and we need a stronger Christianity than that today. We're not living in those times, and things need to, it's like, okay, well, what are you saying? Like, what do you believe in then? If you're saying you don't believe in this holy book, but you're going to go by this religious title. Yeah. I wish the blue-green crystally water on Map Island had higher color saturation. I feel like they toned it down here. I do feel like this game does like the Marvel superhero thing, where the more recent the game, the more realistic they want the colors to look, this is such a fantastic game. You could do whatever you wanted with the color scheme. People would buy into it as long as it wasn't jarring or painful to the eye. Some graphic details I really enjoyed from the original have been flattened or toned down here, but I'm not going to rail about it. I don't think it's distracting enough for me. I do miss some puzzle elements that got changed, but just because those elements are what define Riven in my head. I guess I don't have the same like nostalgia because I only know these games from this year, so there's nothing that's endemically Riven to me that they took away per se. At least not yet, that I believe. Looking at the remake as a reimagining based on the OG, it's great. Yeah, this is sort of like, you know, some people do like an entire story over again in a sort of what if scenario, right? Like on Thursdays, we're playing the Mother series of games. Mother 1 and Mother 2, aka Earthbound, are the same story, right? The only difference is Mother 2 had Mother 1 to inform it. It was on a newer game system that could hold a lot more content. And so they did so many different weird new things with it. But you would never look at Mother 2 in the light of Mother 1 and say, well, I wish it was more like Mother 1. They have the license to make it however they want. Look at the difference between Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2, which was just a remake of Evil Dead, right? Evil Dead 2 was dramatically different. But imagine Evil Dead and Army of Darkness not existing. Or imagine the first Evil Dead not existing and just watching Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness. Both would be sad worlds. I like that they both exist, and I'm comfortable watching two different versions of the same, story. I think they both have merit. In relation to TikTok, I had a Discord, but it died. Oh, bummer. Yes, Kaisiana, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. I'm glad you guys all... I really... You guys are amazing. What could I say? It's been a good couple weeks, really, but honestly, all of 2024, I've been thoroughly just impressed with the community that we built. I don't know what to say. I'm just so grateful. Yeah. I'm a Christian, but I believe that the organization of religion isn't particularly a good thing. Your connection to what you believe in should come from soul and self-discovery. I sound like a fucking hippie. No, there's something to that, right? If something gets enough power, then it's no longer you sort of like finding it or feeling it. It's somebody telling you what to do and feel. And especially when a religion gets into theocratic levels, theocracy, and becomes part of the legal system in an area, they're no longer saying, hey, we've all been sort of made to like hear the call and choose the right choices and do the right things with your life. There's a threat of violence at that point, right? The reason why governments exist and have power is because if you break a rule, like you go and hurt somebody or steal from someone or commit anything that's seen as a crime to that particular society, they can do violent things to you. They can take your rights away from you. So once you start making the choices of, do I be good or maybe not good in my life, and you codify all of them into law with threat of violence upon you not to do it, there's no more religiosity to that. We want to protect people to some degree from being harmed by other people, and so government needs to exist. But as soon as you codify everything, what do you do behind your closed doors? What kind of life should you lead? What sort of family structure do your kids deserve based on what my God says about you? Then you've taken away all the choice of making a right or wrong decision from people's lives, and you've placed them in a fear mechanic. Now everybody's afraid that the government or the law enforcement of that area or that society is going to come in and exact that law upon you. I don't think any major world religion has a story where they say, and then eventually we'll pass down all of the God-given laws and rules to a few politicians, and they're going to make sure that everybody lives the perfect life by our edicts. Come hell or high water, we're gonna harm you into submission. That's awful, right? That's awful. So those things should be something that you come to of your own volition and through your own experiences, and not by threat of a superior force. I don't usually speak about religion because it's a hot button topic, but I think modern Christianity has strayed from the teachings of Jesus. In America, yeah. In America, yeah. I have a Mormon friend. We often debate our religious beliefs. I've got issues with what I understand the Mormon faith to be, but I'll admit, my interactions with their faith is limited to a few people who might not be representative of the entire movement. I also don't believe that talking to somebody about religion means you know what everybody in the movement or that particular thought movement, that organization that they all believe, right? Two people going to the same church all their lives could disagree on a key component. They're like, well, yeah, I know our, church leader says this, but I don't feel that's right. Based on what I've read or my own research or my own feelings on the matter, I don't feel like that's right. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I also try not to ever say, I've talked with somebody and therefore I know about this religion. When you talk to somebody, you know about that one person's beliefs. That's really it. Nobody is a spokesperson for everybody else in any given religion. Random factoid, since you brought up Evil Dead, my sound baby guy had a blink and you miss it role in Ash versus Evil Dead. Oh, cool. That must have been a fun shoot day. I'm ex-Mormon. Interesting. Are you... What's the word? What's the proper word for when you're ex and they all know it? Excommunicated? Are you excommunicated from your family? Shunned? Maybe that's another word. The Mormons in my area are very loving and caring for the community. So far, I've seen that here too. So far. I'm pretty confident I know exactly what it's all about. Do you feel like there's more cohesion between adherents of that faith than other religions? I.e., more people are lock in step with, if you give them a checklist and say, check all of these beliefs that apply, you'd see a whole slew of them say yes to like the whole list, and they're all in compliance with it. I got in an argument with somebody who said, he was Muslim, and he said, if you're Muslim and you eat pork, you are no longer Muslim. And me and this other person in the party, at this party, the other guy was Muslim too. It just happened that way. We were both trying to argue that you can eat pork and be Muslim. It just makes you a bad Muslim. And so, like, for example, I think you can drink caffeine as a Mormon. It just makes you a bad Mormon. That's what... I don't know why I was reminded of that story. Yeah. The sound baby guy, ultrasound? No, whole long story. Oh, sound, right. Sorry. It took me such a long... Don't you usually refer to him by his name? Maybe I got lost, but yes. The guy that had the story about making a sound baby. I should have remembered right off the top of my head, but I remember the story. The story was Garbo, and I really feel for him, because I would have noped out of the academy that I went to so fast if somebody made me do the bullshit that guy went through. Disfellowhyped? Wait, is that a real word? Disfellowshipped? Maybe the S disappeared from that. Disfellowshipped? I've never heard that term, but that sounds like that could be accurate. In a word, yes, it's more complicated than that, but overall, yes. Interesting. I have friends from almost every religion except Jewish. I'm not bigoted. We just have a large Jewish community where I live. I care, but Rob is a very common name. Oh, true. I only know one Rob, and that's your friend Rob. I don't know other Robs. I also think Sinner knows him too. Oh, interesting. Wait, who all here knows each other from what communities? Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go get that water. Toady gave me a triple self-care a while back, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go grab my water bottle that I forgot upstairs. I just gotta finish reading chat. And then we just kept going. BRB.
You're my dad! Wookie, wookie, wookie!
Welcome. Wow. I am so in the stratosphere today. Welcome is my new greeting. I'm just gonna stick with it. I'm not gonna correct myself. Welcome, everybody. Charo says, clothes are dumb, and I couldn't agree more. One day...
I can smell you.
Mary, welcome. Wait, it didn't play the video? Wait.
Give it a second.
Okay. But it played the audio. The audio and the video are supposed to be matched together. Oh, it did play it? Oh, I must have been looking at the wrong part of the screen. when I heard I could smell you right in my ears, my eyes kind of darted around all over the place.
I didn't see a video, but I also.
Legend, you're a legend. Oh my god, I didn't know you could make them so big. And then when we are in the kitchen, we also, you know, procreated twice recently, and so those like little toddler sort of things, they like to fight, they like to get underfoot, they like to cause the biggest problems when we're making food, because that's when our hands are dirty and it's hard to deal with them. How can I, an inanimate object, create animate objects? Ah, the old Tootsie Roll question. Oz is my wife, life partner, mother of my two crotch groblins. Groblins? I'm just gonna roll with it. Like that wasn't a typo from the mouth. Welcome. I mean... What luck? The huge giant fell fast asleep. The huge giant fell fast asleep. I guess that's the fucking solution. Son of a bitch. Can you believe it? There it is.
You have succeeded.
Oh my god.
I can feel the ancestors' wisdom at work.
I can feel more than that.
Pay attention, for you will never see this revelation again.
Okay. Let's pay attention, everybody. Pay attention. Pay attention. Oh, hi. Can we take a picture of that? Can we take a picture of that? What just happened? No, 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 no. No, no, no. I didn't see it.
Until we journey together again.
I don't like what I just saw, because I wasn't able to record that anywhere. I tried to take a picture and the game said no. That's not fair. I have no idea what I just saw. I did not track those colors.
I'm a former
I'm a
Sue.
former Sue.
Yeah,
Ugh.
former head chef.
I'm Yeti.
I'm Yeti.
More ooh, you gotta say ooh. All white,
Okay.
I'll say ooh.
I feel like it's fractal at this point.
Wash is so happy right now. Didn't have to spend $42. Ooh. I guess we can make him pumped. There's no reason to do this. But... ugh, I can't even quit this cutscene too. Is he turning red? I feel much stronger now. Looks like his skin got redder. Like he hulked out a bit just now. Maybe not. Maybe he's always been that red. Use the pull chain. That clip's dumb, but I left it in there because I still like it. Yeah. Who here? Here's a what would you call this? Here's a pro tip for people that watch my stream. Who here, when I leave to go get my water jug, and if I say I have to go upstairs, who here pulls up Oz's stream and sees if they can catch a cameo of me walking past her or appearing on her stream? Because it happens. She put her nose in my armpit on stream. It happened. Yeah. I'm not proud. Okay. That only happens on Fridays and Saturdays. Imagine forgetting your water bottle. Shep! Hi. It happens to me every freaking stream, just about 70% of my streams minimum. I forget my water bottle. Yeah. I'm hungry. We still haven't replenished the kitchen though, so pickings are slim. That's got to be rough. Even your pantry stuff, you said a lot of that like went off, right? Kitchen stays stocked. It does when you have power. In Texas, we had a hurricane that knocked out our power for almost 2 weeks. Recently stocked fridge and freezer are now empty, which is better than moldy. Yeah. Hell yeah. You don't know that? Maybe I'm a wizard. Weehaw officially made the hurricane. Everybody blame Weehaw. Just kidding. I've been lurking your stream. She did something, and I actually came to check yours. Aww. Shep saw the epic sniff. What can I say? She actually likes that smell for whatever reason. I'm not complaining. I don't like people's smells, so this is very much like a one-way street. I don't like the way almost anybody smells in the entire world. I think in my whole life, I've smelled one person that I was like, I could smell you for the rest of my life. We didn't end up together. But most people I smell, and I'm like, yep, you smell like a filthy human, just like all the other filthy humans, all you meat bags out there. Nasty, oil secreting, sweating. What is it? What's the Fight Club line? The all dancing, defecating snowflakes of the world. I don't remember the actual term. They're the line. It's in the book and the movie, both. Regarding caffeine or whatever, if you drink the forbidden drinks as a Mormon, whether it's coffee or vodka or coffee, it's institutionalized procedure that you cannot fulfill your ecclesiastical duties. Jeez. You're forbidden from participating. I would never say that Mormons are not kind people. The problem is when they are blind to just how cruel they can be in the execution of their institutionalized faith. Honestly, for that kind of stuff, that's so othering. There's no forgiveness in that, right? It's built in anti-forgiveness. There's no path to restitution at that point, right? What do you do to make amends? We're a world full of cultures where making amends for a mistake is an important and vital component of being human. We all err, and some errors are far beyond mere like, oh, I'm sorry, I just, shot your parents. But some things are, many mistakes are rectifiable. And one of the first things you should do in rectification is apologize and try to work through it with somebody. If there's no apologizing, if there's no path to a good end, I just feel awful. Yeah. To get a good whiff of that new cologne. Yeah, I guess I sweat it off because it was really, really hot today in Georgia. But I got a new cologne for free. Well, not for free, for work. It was kind of like a barter thing. I did work and they gave me cologne. I should have clipped with the name Snorf. She did Snorf. Like I felt my armpit hairs vibrating from the from the suction. I was vacuum cleaned. Will we replenish my lost food then? Oh, maybe. Not with my magic. Didn't take that class. Food conjuration and hurricane conjuration are very different skill sets. Hate to say it. I was LDS for 10 years, left because I felt ostracized for being a horny teenager. There you go. Again, that's not even something that I feel should apologize for. Are our bodies naturally hormonal as teenagers? What are you going to do about that? Are you going to say everybody who talks about, acts on, engages with those very natural tendencies is a lost cause forever? Yeah, I don't blame you for leaving. Create food and water isn't a wizard spell. It depends on the game. In World of Warcraft it is. This is another huge problem, being shamed into feeling that being a human is evil. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Dame, want to hear a story? Always. It's tough because the church, in the church, you can't leave if your family is also LDS because they hold your family hostage for the afterlife. If you're not a member, you are going to be with them in heaven. It's very sad. That kind of rhetoric is a very controlling sort of rhetoric, right? That's a story that somebody makes to ensure that they have your undying loyalty. That's also not something that you hear in the broad pantheon of different major world religions, because that doesn't line up with ideas on how to live a good life, how to be a good citizen, how to improve the surroundings of like you, your family, the community, your city, your state, etc., in an ever expanding ring, you know, slowly trying to make things better, do better by your kids, and they do better by their kids. It doesn't relate in any of those ways. It really just relates in a, you can't possibly do anything else with your life than devote it to us, our needs, our tithe money, our support. We need more bodies. We need more, you know, in our army. How are you going to make that happen? I feel like any religion that has to create a community in which there's severe and devastating punishment for leaving or partial leaving, they're attempting to cultify. Oh, that doesn't sound like cultivate. Yeah, make into a cult the people that follow, such that they keep you in by fear. Nobody should ever stay connected to a belief system because of what they're afraid of. It should only be a choice of warmth and connectivity, not fear of disconnectivity. Yeah. I can make water through hurricanes. There you go. Tara, are you thirsty? We all can send a thirst-quenching hurricane your way. 2 years ago, I had a friend accidentally bust a pedo ring in his hometown through a fucking server network chat room. Wow, that's a champion move. I hope they all went to jail. Yeah. For context, the friend was an online friend and a grown-ass man. Wow, good stuff. Way to accidentally destroy something that needed to be destroyed. We call that sad heaven. Interesting. Eternal punishment for temporary transgression. The righteous will progress, and they'll be sad forever because you, the wicked one, can't accompany them. It is awfully disappointing. Imagine creating a story about a God who's supposed to be perfect and loving and all-powerful and all-knowing, who deliberately makes a huge subsection of the populace that will fail really hard to uphold standards. In fact, the way that your body and mind are invented are contrary to the attitudes and behaviors that you need to do to cohere to the thin path that takes you to heaven. And so you're always fighting against everything natural in you. And if you falter one moment, or you have a moment of transgression or lack of insight or just misstep in some way, they say, you know what? Well, you can't be with us. We're all going to be sad for your loss. And at the same time, the omnipotence of God meant that you were part of this plan all along. you were destined to fail, and we were destined to be sad at your loss. What a weird, how to come to terms with all of those conflicting, hypocritical behaviors and thoughts. That's a lot. Prison, actually. Oh, yeah. Jail, prison. Yeah. Distinction there, but we understood what you meant, I think. I think most did because they actually had proof of being a child molester. Good. There you go. Turns out when people are into illegal stuff of that nature, there's a good chance that they're really bad at keeping themselves safe from legal repercussion, and they're unfortunately pretty easy to crack down on. They don't cover their tracks, or if they do, they feel like they're covering their tracks right. They're like, I deleted everything from my hard drive, and they have no knowledge of what like hard drive forensics are, where you can collect deleted information off of a hard drive with the right tools. And I'm like, that was never on my hard drive. It's like, it was. You did a permanent delete and you thought that that was enough. Turns out it's not always enough. Welcome to prison. Hey, I just realized your goofy broken captions aren't running. Oh, sorry. I know you just said nice, but they should be there. It's more, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's connective to more community engagement in its own way. Helpful for some, even if it's comedically wrong sometimes. It's still a good idea. And I want to get in the practice of running it. And if anybody finds a great non-subscription program, if I have to pay for it, we can pay for it, but I don't want to pay every month for the rest of my life because they won't just give you a license. I want something I can buy the license to. If anybody can find that thing for subtitling, we'll use that instead of this. This one's free. Yeah. But thanks for reminding me that I wasn't running something that you said don't run this. Sorry, not sorry. The thing is, just like you mentioned earlier about recovering from trauma, even though you kind of said it as a joke, you'll find if you meet ex-Mormons that we spend the rest of our life recovering from being a part of it, like PTSD, right? And we have to be careful sometimes because there's so much to deconstruct and we want to warn others without giving out too many bitterness vibes. Being hurt enough where you almost feel nothing but bitterness, sorrow, and negativity towards something can make it difficult for you to connect with others. I feel like people have only so much tolerance for a negative Nancy in their lives. And if you want to do the most good, sometimes coming from something really negative, a very traumatic experience, physical harm in some way, religious trauma, you have to find the right way to say it so that your message will be heard and you won't be pushed away because you make people uncomfortable. But warning others, I still think, is an important cause. I grew up in Utah. The people there are typically nice, but the church is a cult, and it's unfortunate how effective the brainwashing is. They've had so much time to practice at it, right? I've met Scientologists too, so I've seen it in other areas as well from another ideological background. And when you have enough time to study on how to get into a person's brain, you can create systems that are awfully captivating. They won't captivate everybody, but they'll find the people that they can. You know, have you ever been affected by a scam where they're like, hey, your Windows is skunked up and we've got our Defender software, but it costs $195. We're going to need you to buy Amazon gift cards and read off the numbers to us to pay for the Defender software, and then we'll degunk your Windows installation. And you're like, bullshit, you will. There's no one alive on the planet that's going to hear your spiel and do that thing and get you that money. No one's that dumb. Turns out there is. They just found you and you're not that person. You might take up some of their workday, but then they're going to hang up with you and they're going to go find somebody else. And if it didn't work, they wouldn't do that. If people weren't brainwashed by Scientology, there would be no Scientology. It turns out people can be brainwashed by Scientology, so that there is a Church of Scientology that still exists. Yeah. You shouldn't be punished for just being a person. Yeah. Most of the things that actually get looked down on are small. He was checking up on a server and found another server attached to the server he was checking up on. Real complex shit. Sounds sketch already. I have such a hard time with boundaries and being too trustworthy to the point of being gullible. That's certain people will find that endearing, and certain people will find that tempting and a way to take advantage of, right? Yeah. Scary and unfortunate that we live in a world where having those traits can be such a liability. Fun fact, Jared Fogle had so much CP that they invented a new unit. They should call it like the Fogle unit just to honor his asshole. Or not his asshole. I definitely misspoke. Honor what an asshole he was. That's what I meant to say. That was a really bad misspeak. If you clip that, I will delete your clip. Just say. Nah, but they hate me. I shouldn't have said anything. Wait, what? What are you in response to there? I'm trying to figure out who this Rob person might be and how you and I know this person in common. I mean, he's got links, right? Tara, you can just connect Center to Rob's actual like online persona. Most of my exes have taken advantage. Luckily, this one is someone I know who won't do that to me. From everything that I've seen of your interactions, and I'm incredibly new to your life, it seems like you found a really good bean. And I'm extremely happy for you too. And excited for your upcoming visit. It's good times. You're good folks. Oh, by the way, I haven't done this tonight, so for those of you that don't know, we are oh man, everything's in QWERTY. Why is everything in QWERTY tonight? I did it. I made that happen. Shep is also a streamer, I think, from my knowledge, only on Twitch. Is that correct? I'm so deleting that. I saw that.
Oh.
Here's Shep.
Does someone want to?
That game looks so hard. That game looks so ridiculous. I don't envy you for playing that on stream. That was so cute that she told you when you were walking by. You left an impression on us. What can I say? Just Twitch. I'm not good at most social media types of things. All right. Don't delete. Give me a reason to leave that up. Let's see. My parents fall for all of the things. Yeah. How did you fall so far from that tree, Kaisiana? I mean, I'm glad that we both fell pretty far from our respective trees. It's funny. I'll think about it. Okay, do we interact with this grate? You don't? This is how you progressed this area in the last game. In the first version of Riven. So I click on that grate. Is there anything in here? Is there like an errant stone, a brick? Have any of you played Maniac Mansion? There's like a special brick that you press, and then there's like a door that opens when you press on that brick. If I'm gonna sit here and click on bricks, I don't want to click on bricks all night. Let's just pretend that there's actually nothing to do in there. So why do we come here then? What's the purpose? Can we close this back up? Reason number one, it's funny. Reason number two, it's funny. You've got some natural troll in you. You seem goblin-kin. I think you and Oz would get along. Oz is very natural goblin, and she likes other goblins. I have no idea. I guess I'm just an oddly self-aware, narcissistic genius. Yes, but you also use your narcissism for good, which is incalculably fascinating and rare. But wait, there's a third reason? I wonder. Okay, can we press this button while we're standing on this thing? What happens? Anything? Nothing? The middle one? No, anything? Nothing? Why were there 3 buttons? None of the... Whoa! What's happening? Oh, now it's moving. I tried to walk off of it, and suddenly it started animating. That's kind of weird. Okay, so what are we supposed to do here that we didn't do? We saw a guy, we let him out of jail, but was there a greater purpose? No! Let me... Damn it. Can we stop this? Can we bring you back down? It's going to do the whole animation. It was the middle button I wanted to press while it was still down here. And figure out just what the heck we were missing out on. That one goes all the way up to the top. If you're standing on it, maybe it doesn't. What's button number 2 do? That just brings it there. Why? Why? Maybe we go up there, we step off of it, and we press the top button, and then we can see the underside of it and get something from it, or see like something in the shadow that it casts, or something like that. No, let me stand on it. Hey, Irishman, you're definitely creating a brand for yourself. Sure, for you. I'll say, oh, I can't save while things are in animation. That's what Eldritch Goddesses do. I suppose you're right. I suppose you're right. Get back down here and let me stand on you. That's what he said. Or she said. I knew it was going to be It's Funny. I knew it. I'm sorry, I don't actually know who Viva is. Reason number 4, I'd be your best friend. If you were my best friend, you would, what would I say to make you my best friend? Or why you should be my best friend, or how you would be my best friend. You'd be my best friend if you got me to the revenue I needed to make Oz a mortician. If you knew how to do that as a content creator, and you could help me in the process, like my agent. You'd get a cut. Okay, so yes, that brings it all the way up, and then we're able to do what with this part? Anything. Why can we lift this up here while we're up here? Why do that? It does cast a shadow over here. The shadow does not seem useful. Oh, we keep forgetting that we've got the thing. We've got the decoder ring. We need to be using that more often, but there's no secrets to that, unfortunately. So that's not the answer. Maybe while that's up, this works in a different way, perhaps. We can find out. Did you do the DIS method for puzzles? Did I save? I mean, I haven't saved in a hot minute. We can save. Poking my head in before passing out. Irishman, you're a gentleman and a scholar, and we super appreciate you. Thank you for your contributions to the stream. I hope everything's going good in your world. Thanks for teaching us some interesting cuisine and lingo the other day, by the way. You did it? I mean, you typed it. I don't think I read it the way you did. Sorry, I'm really bad at getting trolled. Even when I consent. Alright, I don't know why this goes all the way up like that. That's what she said. Oh, I forgot it. You can also pull out your satchel of books. All right. Is there anything in here? This seems like a place for the decoder to work. There is. There is. We should. How many things did I walk past without using the damn decoder ring? You didn't know it, so that's enough. Yeah. I suppose I was supposed to read it the way you just typed it, but I was saying each of the letters. There's someone where that'd be far more impressive. Huh? Yeah, the decoder ring is definitely something I need to remember more often. Well, now we don't have to click on every freaking brick. But I do have to remember from week to week to actually use this thing. Look. Tracks. That's weird. It's like treads. Why is it so dark in here? It's closing behind us. Save me. Okay, they still have this thing to get back out, so there's a way out. Oh yeah, it gets mighty dark down here. I forgot that's the way it is in the original game. It gets dark in this area, right? I put my points into that. You could have at least fallen for it. I'm not the guy to troll. I'm too smart. Do somebody who's quick to read chat and have no idea what it is that they're reading. You ever go into one of those streams where you feel like somebody's... Oh, this is going to feel like such a rip, but I'm not going to say anybody out loud. But if you ever enter a chat and you type something witty or like referential and the streamer just reads it like they're still stuck in junior high and they read it like a junior high schooler, and you can tell they have not comprehended the words that just came out of their own mouth. They'd read something like, I put my points into that, damn it, you could have at least fallen for it. So welcome to the stream, guys. We're playing Riven, the remake. You're funny. Thanks for coming in. Have you ever been in that? I feel like I've met a few people like that on Twitch, especially, where they're reading and it's like you've just asked some kid in 7th grade to read part of a book. Like, we're gonna read this book in class, and every page, or not every page, but like, you know, every student has to read 3 paragraphs. And they're like, all right, it's your turn. They stand up and they say, well, I love VLDL to death, LOL, but I only watch them on YT. I follow Ellie on Twitch and I lurk and don't know any. And you can tell the words coming out of their mouth don't make any sense to them. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe that's mean. Maybe I shouldn't be mean. I'm not trying to sound elitist, but I feel like some people need to work on their customer service skills to be a streamer. Be a little more engaging and empathetic to people. Read what people say with emotion behind it. Know what it is that they're trying to tell you. Something like that. We fear those who are Ligma shielded. I'm so Ligma shielded. I'm so Ligma shielded. Somebody says Ligma and I start talking about Steve Jobs. That's how far down the meme rabbit hole I live. Yeah, I go there. Hey D, do you know any Spanish? Lo domingo. Lo domingo. Lo domino. I don't know why I said domingo. I guess I'm streamer brained. Si hablo español. Yo tengo icie. Sorry. Chinese keeps popping into my head. Yo tengo parientes que solamente hablan español. Otras parientes hablan inglés y español. Los dos son bilingües. Por eso tuve he tenido varias clases de español, junior high y high school. He tomado en todo 5 años de clases de español, pero ocupo más práctica. Hablo tanto chino con las niñas, ni tal vez he escuchado. Por eso mi español no funciona bien. Mi mente siempre quiere hablar en chino. Si estoy pensando en otra lengua, chino viene y español viene más despacio. Por eso tengo que hablar más despacio que antes. Yeah. That's really... my brain is struggling so hard. For those of you who don't speak any Spanish, I apologize for doing all that. But basically, I was trying to say I'm fluent in Spanish, but it takes so long for me to formulate a thought because with almost every sentence, Mandarin wants to jump out and replace words because I've been so immersed in Mandarin with the kids that I almost can't speak in another language right now without significant work. With a little bit of practice, I'd get back into it. But yeah. Spanish is like very, very high up there in fluency. I just have to be really slow right now because I'm not around my Spanish-speaking family. It would come back to me really fast. Yeah. Hated reading aloud in class. Hey, Dame, English or Spanish? ¿Por qué no los dos? I never remembered anything I read that way. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine you would. I'm going to start my stream when you end yours. I end almost every stream around 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, FYI. Tu nombre? That's not really a regular way to ask somebody for their name. It's better to ask somebody como, how, te llamas. How do you call yourself? ¿Cómo te llamas? If you're being familiar, or if you want to be more formal, ¿Cómo se llama usted? I'm trying to remember what the word for Japan is in Spanish. Japón. And Japanese would be Japones. Yeah. Hey, Shep got me. Hop on this dick. Shep did what Weehaw couldn't do. Well done. Well done. I think Adam said they want to do more. Mi nombre es, you would never say it that way. You would always say me llamo. I call myself. Me llamo Wiwa. And if you want to say I'm X number of years old, do that in another stream because we are all ageless here. We're all ageless identities. I think I butchered that. I speak it much better. I'm about to redeem Mandarin. You could do that because I'm way more fluent in that one. I knew that, I swear. Please believe me. If you want to say how old you are, you would say tengo, the number of years, and then años. But if you can't type that tilde over the end, you're saying assholes. Because ano and año are very different words. He did what I could not. She. I'm filled with hatred yet joy. Shep has a big clout tonight. Really well done. It's such a good god, especially since I don't actually speak fluent Spanish. Oh, Shap, you got me. You get a lot of cool points in my book for that one, to be perfectly honest. My Spanish is ass. You could say that. Spaingo. Spaingo. Yep, Spaingo. That's kind of how you say it in Mandarin, too. In Japanese and Mandarin, to say a language, you just say the word language after the country. Sorry, mistype sheet. I mean, unless you visited Shep's channel, you had no way of knowing. I usually try to refer to most of you as they, unless I absolutely know for sure. Rabid Waffles, hi and welcome. Have you been in this stream before? I don't remember that name, and I feel like I would remember your name because that name is awesome, and now I super crave waffles right now. What do I know you from? Hernan Cortez is my ancestor. He's a lot of people's ancestors. What do you know me from? Are you a like an old guard subscriber to the channel? If you are, you might have followed me back when I was teaching Game of Thrones languages, which, kid you not, I do want to get back into. A lot of people have left the channel because they think it's not going to happen, and then it's going to happen. I do really want to go back to making that content again, and then all those people are going to be sad that they unsubbed. Or Mix, I don't, is it Mekishiko? Is it Meku? I feel like it's Ku. Mexico. I think it's Ku. D, why didn't you teach chat how to conjugate regular verbs in Spanish? We could go there. I just feel like I'd lose a lot of people. Not everybody wants to learn that language, Tara, as it turns out. A lot of people want to learn Japanese more than Spanish these days. From what, anyways, the friend groups that I'm in, I see a lot of people trying to learn Japanese. Japanese transliterations are hilarious. I think they make more sense than most other countries' transliterations. Look at the way English transliterates words. Fucking garbo. You take words from other cultures and try to speak them in English, and they are awful. At least Japanese has like a system to it. Our system to making words Englishified is terrible. I love your captions in English when you're speaking Spanish. I can't even look. I lose the ability to speak when I read my own captions. I can't do it. They're too hilarious for me. I just can't. You mean everyone on Twitch isn't male? Everyone on the internet's male, right? I remember there was a time when people believed that. Even the females were male, as it were. Which, I'm guilty for helping that trope along. I absolutely was profiled as, or, you know, had female profiles and characters and stuff and avatars in various platforms back in the day. And male here. Yeah. You played a clip earlier. Was that not Shep? That was Shep. Trying to teach how to conjugate Spanish verbs while you have to speak Mandarin would be funny. Oh, that would be funny. That'd be really hard. I don't know all of the grammatical words in many of the other languages that I speak, because it just doesn't come up in polite conversation. The more regular a word, the more chance I'm going to be able to conjure it out of nowhere. But there are some words that are rather irregular or rare that I just love the way they sound, or for some reason I have a story about how I remember that particular word. And so some things are hard to leave behind. Some random ass words. But mostly the more regular, the better I'll remember. I don't know all the grammatical words in English, I think. Or sometimes I get them confused because it just don't come up in polite conversation. English is a garbo language. How the hell did any of us learn this language implicitly? The fact is, most people that speak English, especially in America, aren't speaking a good version of the language. If you get your ideas across, you're lucky. Even then, you can lose yourself in the ambiguity of the language when speaking to another person. It does help. Why do you think? So this is how bad American English is specifically. Why do you think conflict managers are taught that to de-escalate a conflict between two people is to get people to say what they heard the other person say so that the right idea was being transmitted across? Like person A is like, I just feel like you just don't listen to me when I'm talking. Like, I have a problem and I need to tell you, but I just don't feel like I'm heard. And they're like, okay, person B, what did person A just say in your own words? And they have to try to explain, you know, how they took it. That's how bad English is. You need to repeat back what you've heard to make sure you got it. Awful. Did you know that Sans is Ness from Earthbound? Who's Sans? Or Sans, if they're French. I don't know who that is. I know Ness from Earthbound. I'm just using it as a talking point, I promise. Yo. What? Amos. What on earth? Oh. The endings to like the AR verbs. Gotcha. I see what you're doing there. I was like, what are you having a stroke? Can I call you Wee? Do you like Weehaw better? What do you go by usually among friends? If I can use that term, whatever it is. Tell me what you like to be called. I guess I should start it that way. I tried to pretend to be a guy on Club Penguin back in the day, and I was terrible at speaking to anyone on there. Guess I should have known that I was bi, but I didn't really realize it until I was much older. Hey, I think everybody in early internet days, back in those days, tried just being different things because we could. There's something really interesting about the anonymity of the internet that you're like, you know what? I just want to explore out identity for a while and see what takes. And I think in that regard, those of us that are like elder internet users and have had it a good majority of our lives, we know ourselves better than anybody older or anybody who decided to be a Luddite, just like, oh, I don't know anything about computers. No, I don't spend my time on social media. They probably know less about themselves, probably did less introspection, probably spent less time hanging out alone in a room staring at a computer screen too, but you know. It's so funny because despite how rigidly phonetic Japanese is and how simple the grammar, it's so vague, and yet they get by no issues. That's not true either. So Japanese has its own sort of confirmation things too. There's something subtle when you're speaking to somebody that is incumbent upon the listener to do to make sure that everything is being conveyed properly. And that is after every clause or after every particle is introduced, you know, you'd say like, watashi no kuruma wa. Right then, I just said wa, right? A particle, for those of you that know Japanese. It's incumbent upon the listener right then to do a very small nod. And it's almost autonomic. Like it is autonomic. If you're a native Japanese speaker, you wouldn't even think that you're doing it. You just do it. And you do it to let the speaker know that you've just been heard. I know some older people made fun of American English when uptalk started at the end of clauses, but uptalk at the end of clauses did the same thing. You paused for a moment and got some sort of body cue from your listener that they let you know they're on board with what you just said. What's uptalk? It's where you raise the end of a sentence or a clause, as in a question raising tone, but you do it so that you're requesting that body language confirmation from your listener that they're following along to the story. I'll do it like very extra, like Clueless, the movie from God knows how many, 20 years ago or whatever. But so I was going to the mall and I found my friend Stacy there, and she was gobbling down Cinnabon at the food court, and I was like, oh my god, you're gonna get fat? You know, you hear how I'm like raising the end of my sentence, or I raise the tone at the end of each clause. Same thing with Japanese, and the incumbent thing on the listener to do is to nod to let them know that you're keeping up and that you've understood every section of it. It's not a no issue get by language, I guess, is the point I was getting to there. Every conversation in Japanese is like a negotiation about exactly what exactly was just said, and they always seem to get it right. If you're polite, and if you're coming from friendships, and you know, if that social accord is being met, then yes. But there are definitely misunderstandings in Japan as well. The Undertale guy, is that who Sans is? How is Sans Ness from Earthbound? Did they like write in? I've never played Undertale. Don't give me spoilers either, because we're going to play it on stream this year. I'm pretty sure. I think it's the next one we're going to play after Mother 3. So that'll be a Thursday stream game. I don't know where to get Undertale, but we're going to get it. You've never played Undertale? Yeah, never have. Have you played Lisa the Painful Illic? I'm pronouncing that, or Wylick? Or Yume Nikki? No. In fact, I've never heard of those games before. Are they good? The reason we're playing Undertale is a lot of people say that since we're playing through the Mother franchise of games, that Undertale should be on my list of things to play too, because it is like or inspired by the Mother franchise, from what I understand. Yeah. The reflective stuff is common in psychology, though, regardless of the source language. It's less about linguistics and more about the listening. I mean, it's a little bit of both in some cultures. Most call me Weeha. Wee's fine. I think I like Weeha better than Wee, since I tried both out. Thanks. Funny enough, no one calls me Wag except 40-year-old men on R6. What's R6? Sorry, I'm not in that particular loop. That sounds creepy, though. I wouldn't say Wang because I'd be tempted to say it with an American accent, and that makes me feel weird. Whereas usually where I see W-A-N-G, I think of the Mandarin, and then I wouldn't know the tone, and I'd want to know what the character is and what the tone would be. Like if it's a last name or what. Should it be Wang? Should it be Wang? Should it be Wang? I don't know. I don't know your name. Or is it just made up? I never tried being anybody else. That's because you're so confident in yourself, Tara. Some of us don't come from the same level of confidence. Like I said, it's a negotiation. Reading the air. Yes. Yes, that's very true. Game Theory did a really bad video about Sans being this for a really bad one. Oh, I like Game Theory, but that's just a theory. Sans. I used to watch a lot of those back in the day. I stopped following that guy a long time ago, though, to be honest. In Illic, you play a hipster during Y2K who screams a lot and is a giant asshole, and that's the entire point. Is it interesting? I've played anti-hero games where you end up having sort of an interesting experience in the game, even if you feel like your character is insufferable. Sorry, bashing my own microphone with my excitement. We played on stream. Do you know any of the R. Michalski games, or what are they called? The Harvester games, I think, is the production company. Michalski was like the sole creator for several of them. They are Downfall, The Cat Lady, Lorelei, Burnhouse Lane, and in Downfall, your character is awful. Or you can play him even worse. You have really bad dialogue options you can choose for some of the dialogue trees. And but it's a really interesting game, even though you're playing kind of a bad person. I think the game is funny. Okay. Might check into that. back chatted in here. Let's see. You know what's crazy? My boss got upset at me for sounding like I was speaking a question at the end of most sentences, but I think I maybe subconsciously noticed that I actually get a cue from people when I do it. That's part of it. It's a transmission back and forth. Are you being understood? If you talk to somebody and you said something kind of complex or maybe with a bit of nuance and they just stared at you blankly, wouldn't you feel compelled to do something more? Like, am I being clear? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand? Or you might start to say it again. Like, you know what I mean is, and then you might retread it in a different way because they're just not giving you the cue that they got it. I think up speak makes sense because you are looking for and usually receiving confirmation, right? I don't do that because you're a camera that I'm staring at and some text and some feeds, but maybe I do it in person. I don't know. I should pay attention and see if I do. I'm also, I think, on the other side of that social movement, but I know younger people do it. It doesn't bother me. I nod when I hear the uptalk, just like you should. R6 is Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, okay. Is there like a big 40-year-old community that plays that game? It seems like there could be. Just curious. Most people pronounce Wang the stereotypical Asian way. What's the stereotypical Asian way? I would say Wang. Everybody I know with that last name. Well, the people I know with that last name, their name's not actually Wang. It's like Huang or Huang. It's not. It's just a weird Americanization or like the wrong letters for the sound because there should be an H in there. I'm really just enjoying learning about another culture through the lens of language. It's a very unique way to learn, and I think lots of people don't pay enough attention to the cultural tie-in. That's such a fun part, though. If you're going to learn another language, wouldn't you want to find people who speak it, who are immersed in the culture, or they exist in the culture, they were born and raised in the culture, and so then you also get to learn different paradigms on thought and explore so much more of the world that way. Yeah, that guy retired. I don't blame him. If I made game theory type of money, I might retire too. No, because we have a bigger movement here. The movement with me, with this channel, with the channel that you're watching on, whichever one of the 4 that you decided to watch on, I'm growing this to the point where once we meet our needs of the household, I will start hiring people and give them an overpay. So if you're here for the long haul and you want to develop a skill, go start learning editing, art, moderation or business skills, finance, marketing, social media marketing, any of those kind of things. And at some point, if I think that you're amazing and we really jive, I will hire you and I'll pay you better than anybody else in the industry will pay you. That's ultimately where we want to go. If I earned more money than we could use in our own household, I want to find people that are amazing at what they do and love the passion, the idea, the founding principles behind this movement. And if you're simpatico with the same things that I am, I'll overpay you. Yeah. What is that word? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Rabid waffles. Just kidding. I know how to pronounce that word. Not much. What's up with you, waffles? Dog. Why is everybody trying to troll me tonight? Only Shep. Only one troll allowed per stream, and Shep got it. She's got the crown. Where are we with this chat over here? Oh man, too far back. I'm learning Japanese because I'm going to move there, not just because I like anime or whatever, so it's part of my motivation. I'm going to have to integrate. I was asked when I was taking Japanese classes what different anime I might be interested in, and I was like, one of my best friends in high school spoke the language. I have friends I want to go there, and I did. I didn't live there, but I vacationed there. My first marriage, I was married to somebody who spoke Japanese. She was part Japanese, part members of her family spoke Japanese. She had family over in Japan. I made friends who moved to Japan. I made friends in Japan. It was a big part of my life for a while, so I wasn't learning it for anime. I appreciate the reasons why you're learning it. That's why I don't have imposter syndrome either. Lucky. I've got imposter syndrome. I've never felt heard as a child, so now I overcompensate as an adult, even though I try not to. Luckily, almost everyone I associate with now actually does listen and care about me and what I'm saying, which is a very nice thing to experience. Good. Keep those people around. That's wonderful. And I'm really happy that you're in this arc of your life. I think I've also experienced points of my life when I was younger where I wasn't given enough credit or validation for like saying right things or correcting an adult, especially. Ooh, I don't know if this happened to you, but there are some points where I felt like I was in the right and I needed to step up and say something to an adult to see justice sort of like met. And because I was a kid, I was treated like, well, you're the inferior citizen here, so we're going to go with the adult. And that felt so othering and silencing. So I'm glad you are where you are now. Keep those people who are listening to you close. I up talk on streams and I don't even have a camera. I mean, if it's a habit, it's a habit. Some people can't really modulate their voices from thing to thing, what you're doing. You just have one way to talk. Some people are very sociolectical. I'm very sociolectical. The way I talk differs depending on who I'm around. And if you've got an accent, I'm going to cop it. And I'm not even going to try. I'm not trying to sound like you. I just end up sounding like you because that's how I do. Also, Troa, your intro works again. Are you happy? Because I'm happy. Mary showed me how to fix everything. And then it was a lot of work to fix. But yeah, I steal accents. Anybody with a beautiful accent, and I love almost every accent in the entire world, the longer I spend talking to you, the more I'm going to start to sound like you. And I'm not trying to. It's infectious. It's infectious. I have so many stories of that with my kiddo, the not being taken seriously or as a full human because of being a kid, which is so rude because your kid's got insights that I think other people his age would not. And you just need to put aside age sometimes and listen to what's being said. Just like we were talking earlier about being on this, the kick of listening to somebody's ideas instead of looking at the messenger and saying, well, I think I know a thing or two about you. Look at your skin color, your hair, your clothes, your socioeconomic level, the style that you decided to go with. I think I know a lot about you. Like, shut up. Listen to what's being said. Don't you dare judge somebody based on the... Don't you dare judge a book by its cover. Unless the cover has Fabio.
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Cheers. If the cover has Fabio, you can judge that book. The way you pronounce it just then is how most do. Wait, Wang or Wong? In my username, it's pronounced the same way you would say Wang is the other word for dick. Oh, Wang. Weehaw Wang. Okay. I was reading it as Weehaw Ang. I mean, that's a way to pronounce to read it too. Interesting. Interesting. I recently have been learning editing for fun with my personal Twitch highlights. Good. It's a great skill to have, especially in this day and age. Don't just post raw stuff, or don't just, leave stuff raw if you can. Here I am saying that, but everything on YouTube in the live and playlists sections are unedited. Hey, I know just what to do with this person. Where's the word? Right there. And that one too. Bye. Okay. I have more Gothams, but I'm saving them to catch you off guard again. I'll be wary. Be wary of anything you say that seems off. Snuggles for good folks. Wait, Tro, what did the bad folks get? Wink, wink. Also cheese. Tro's got cheese, everybody. Those principal, parent, teacher conferences did not go well for the schools. I don't blame you. Especially if it's faculty that's doing that. My stepmother actually got upset at my friend when they called the house phone, and I apologized to him when I got the phone after, and she berated me for apologizing for her actions. Huh. Interesting. He now has a crippling anxiety with phone calls because of how awful she was. Yeah. That sucks. That really sucks. I'm happy because you're happy, but I'm happier because you care. Aw. Troy, you're in such a Mr. Rogers mood right now. What's going on? I mean, thank you. Nice to have a ray of sunshine in tonight's stream, because all of us are really downers today. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody's been really lovely this evening. It's been wonderful chatting with you all tonight. Very insightful, learning a lot, and Shep has a crown, which you can watch the VOD and figure out why. That's an empathic thing. I do the same, especially if I talk to a person with an accent without talking to other people for a while. Like at work or something, I start to sound like them. It's almost like partners copying each other's mannerisms. Interesting, because Oz and I don't sound anything like each other. We're empathetic to each other. I just don't think she's picked up anything of mine, and I don't pick up anything of hers. But people with strong accents, I just can't help it. Take care of yourself, motherfucker. I will. I will. I'm doing stretches like a mofo. I'm drinking all this water tonight, probably. Which means I'll probably be up a few times in the middle of the night. Cheese is life. What's everybody's favorite cheese? Get those cheeses in chat. The bad folks get to choose their handcuffs, but not much else. Oh, okay. All right. That sounds good. Big Dame. I'm not that big. I mean, I'm like average height is what I mean to say. You can call me average Dame. Does that work? Does that sound stupid? Middle Dame? I'm gonna start my stream here in a sec, so I'll head out. It's been a pleasure. I super appreciate you having found me on multiple platforms, added a Prime sub, been really interesting chatting. I like your insights. I appreciate your personal stories. I hope you have a wonderful stream, and thank you so much again. For those of you that can and wish to, see if you can find Weehaw. Where are you streaming? Twitch? Somewhere else? YouTube? TikTok? Did you get back on TikTok again? I'll do a shout out for you if I can. I don't mean accents specifically, but weird things you pick up from your partner, the way you tilt your head or twirl your car or keys around your finger. Gotcha. I do some of that stuff, usually from fandom, actually. If I follow somebody and I watch them in a lot of interviews and see them talk and just consume everything that is about them, sometimes I pick up on those. Less so with IRL people. Mid Dame, there we go. Call me Mid. Mid Dame. Love you in this community. Aw, thank you. On behalf of all the fledglings and the ghosts, we thank you. I really like Gouda, not just because it's Gouda cheese, but it's delicious. It's a Gouda cheese. I see what you did there. I misread or I skipped over the A. Twitch, let's take a look. Can we do a shout out? Do you have clips? Oh, man, who put my keyboard in QWERTY? Just kidding. It's still me. That's still something I did.
Act 3, Godfist Suicide. Holy shit. That is awesome. That is really cool.
That was epic.
Insert disc 3 for Act 3, Godfist Suicide. Insert that disc, motherfucker.
It's like a retro.
That was cool as shit.
trying to be a retro game by its aesthetic. What was that? If that's an old clip, then you've just found my my fun thing that I do with my clip viewer, which is I pull clips from the ancient days. Colby Jack. Oh, yeah. I'm a fan of Colby Jack. Biting off a good block is top tier. Honestly, I think we've all been there. Getting to the point in especially a hard day where you're just like, you know what? I ain't getting out the cheese knife. I ain't doing anything special. I am literally going to sink teeth into a block and take a tavern bite out of this chunk of cheese. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like sinking your teeth into a block of cheese. I put pepper jack on everything that seems like a cheesable surface. I do love pepper jack. I love a lot of spicy. I love spicy that you end up regretting tomorrow type of spicy. You haven't gotten my oldest, most pointless clip. We'll keep going. We'll keep trying. My ex's dad once got me a 5-pound block of cheese. Wow. Must have hit it off pretty well with that family. I don't hit it off with families. Almost everybody I've dated, their family did not approve of me, and in a couple instances very openly disapproved of me. Oz's family likes me. They're wary because she's had a bad dating past, but they actually like me, and I don't know why. I'm like, what did they do? Thank you for that. So why did we come out to the water? I thought we would be able to get in it, maybe a toe deep. This is the first Myst game where we've been able to touch water, which, you know, I love that. It makes me happy. But, I don't know why you walk all the way out here. You know what it is? We're going to go backwards. Oh, wait. It's right here. This is probably the light switch. Yeah? There it is. There it is. Now I can see the way back, and we're going to find the secret door, just like in the first Riven. I bet you. This is a very different experience. I like these little striky things. You pull them back, look like a little olive on a toothpick for a martini. Oh, I want a martini. No, I shouldn't. We're still fasting. I've had spicy I regretted in the moment, not one that I regretted the day following. Oh, we got to take you on a food journey if you ever come down our way. I'll make you regret it the next morning, if you know what I mean. Not from lack of trying. Really? So you like really spicy, but you've never had issues afterwards? There's the secret. We wouldn't have been able to see this in total darkness, I bet, but with the light sources all on. There's our secret room. Hang tight, I just want to catch this one light over here too. That's probably the last one. No? There's a whole bunch of them. I hope they stay on. Alright, let's go check out the creepy room over here. Why is it so creepy? This totally looks like a murder room. Except that we're playing a Myst game, so you know it's not. Alright. Oh. It's not a room immediately. There's like a whole windy thing here. Interesting. The further we go. It's this room! They didn't change it. Well, they probably changed the puzzle associated with it, but man, they didn't even change the artwork on these weird creatures. They basically look identical to how they were in Riven 1. Even the ones that I almost can't figure out just what the heck they're supposed to be. What is that? Is it a frog? It looks so weird. Why is its head that way? Is that a frog? Why are its eyes that way? What's the long tail? What is this? Is that even an animal? It looks like a paper airplane. All right, we made fun of these enough in the first playthrough. The first Riven. Toothpaste was spicy to me as a child. Oh no. Okay. Can we do anything in this room yet with no real knowledge about how to interact with the stones? Or do we need to just remember this for later? I love spicy. One of the best ways to sweat is eating. Interesting. Can we click? It's behind a portal that we can't do anything with. Interesting. Very mystical. For a game that so far has been quite mechanical and explainable with science, this room is particularly mysterious and mystical. Maybe because it's this other faction, the moiety. Maybe. Well, we definitely don't have the knowledge for how to interact with this room yet. Do you remember the original solution to try it? I don't. I don't at all. I recently experimented with some spicy cooking and learned that I really don't like jalapeno. Jalapeno is definitely a sometimes food for me. I feel like it lends a whole other flavor that you have to want in the food. It's not just a neutral heat. It also changes the taste. And sometimes that verdant jalapeno taste is good, and sometimes it's not what you want. You know what I mean? It's not the heat because I love habanero, but jalapeno is just too oily for me. Oh, interesting. It's an oily thing. Okay, we still didn't figure out why we can lift this up to here. Except that we can. Makes you wonder. Alright, I think these three buttons are just like, this goes up to there, the middle one goes to this level, and then the bottom one goes below. So what happens if we're standing here? Hang on, let's save. Not that I'm going to kill myself, because this game doesn't let you kill yourself on just about anything. But I just want to know, if we press the up button, would this squish us or put us somewhere new? It just doesn't do anything. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I love habanero too. Habanero is like the heat that makes my tongue happy without detracting from the other spices in food. There are heat levels that I can stand, I can fathom, that are hotter than habanero, but standing and fathoming something is different from enjoying. When the heat starts to mute other flavors and you lose the balance, like, you know, a good curry or jerk seasoning or marinade or whatever should have like a blend where you taste a little bit of everything. If you've got lime juice in something, you should taste a little bit of citric. If you've got trying to think of garlic, you should taste the garlic. You know, anything that's in a spice bouquet, you should taste it. Otherwise, why is it an ingredient? And there's some heat, some level of heat for me where my tongue starts to like dissociate. And so I'm trying to taste like all the nuance to the cuisine, and I'm just not getting it all. It tastes less because of the heat. I don't like that level. Similar is pickling without vinegar. Loads of possibilities. Interesting. I'm with Shep in the toothpaste is spicy crowd. That's a shame. I mean, I know places I could still, you know, vibe with you on the food, but it definitely rules some stuff out. All right, let's go to our next destination in this submersible. We haven't seen all the places we can go just yet. What else can we see? I do like that this appears to not be a mini game. It's just a way to get around. Because if you think about it, if you designed Riven and you wanted to get around places in a vehicle like this, would you make it puzzling while you're underwater, or would it just work? Realistically, whoever devised this version makes sense. You just get in and it takes you places. You don't struggle to navigate to another place. That makes a lot more sense to me. Anyway, I don't know if I could hang with toothpaste is spicy crowd. There are so many foods I like that have such big heat. So on my mom's side of the family, especially, the majority of us, well, I shouldn't say us because my bloodline's different, but many of my family on my mom's side have Hispanic heritage, either part or full, and heat is just, it's not a question. Some foods on the table for any holiday are just going to be hot, and if they're not hot, then we've always got hot sauces to pull out to make them hot. it's just part of it. And when I'm not having foods with family that have family tradition behind them and I feel a certain way about them, I do gravitate towards certain cuisines that also have their own sort of heat. Like I really like spicy Persian foods. I'm a big fan of spicy Lebanese foods. I recently in my life discovered a Yemeni sauce that's green and spicy and beautiful called shug. It's really good. I like spicy Indian food. I like spicy Southeast Asian foods. I don't need everything to have heat, but if somebody said, if we hang out, we can only have non-spicy foods, or we need to go someplace where there's non-spicy options, I'd feel a little bit limited. Lebanese is delectable. All right. So we've been here already. I don't remember if we did everything that we were... Hello? Why is it just... Oh, there's his head. I kind of feel... Oh. Why is his mouth so off? Well, this is our first close-up of Gadden, right? That was weird and creepy. He definitely, I don't know if I like the way he looks, frankly. It was alright, but we were in here before and I don't remember cranking that crank. If you know what I mean. Is there anything else in here that we should have interacted with that I noped out of? I did too fast. There's all these letters on the wall too. Is this like the whole alphabet in order? I did take notes and screenshots, but they were in game in Myst 4 with that kind of stuff. Oh, I bet if I had worked on learning the language, I would know what all this stuff says. This person's corrected. It's like a teacher correcting the handwriting there. It's not like that. It's that character. Why did they look like they were writing an E when like a regular E character is not in this language? I know, like, I'm a big linguist, and yes, I would be the person that you would watch to decipher the alphabet, go through each of these. The thing of it is that doing a live stream, that's what's the word I'm looking for? It's such a tempo breaker. We'd have to go through me staring at a chart and looking at this letter by letter, writing out each one, and then like putting together a cipher. I don't think that's the same thing as linguistics, right? This is just in a code. So it'd be me like going through letter. Let's look through all of them. Okay, that's the letter L, and that's the letter E. it would really, we could do it. I'd rather do it off stream and come back here. And same thing with the number system, with these number systems. I think I took a screenshot of this, but let's do another one just in case. And yeah, I'd rather not break the momentum of the story just to go nerd ham on this kind of stuff. That's the game. That's work, right? What you called it. Observe strange lanterns. I do like the lanterns here. Kind of cool. Kind of hip. They got the little weird creature. I don't know. Is that the wark? So it's got the tusks coming out of the bottom and the funny fin. Because people do like their warks around here. Plus, graphically, this is a terrible language. With the update or the remake, everything's a lot crisper. Of course, naturally, it's going to be. So this version of the game, it's so much easier to see. But it's a terrible language because why did that door close on its own? That's creepy. Please don't just close on your own. The language has too many glyphs that are too similar. Like, look at the characters on the left and right of this one with a dot. They're too close. You'd have to be so precise when you're writing. You'd have to do it so slow. Did you mean a straight line in the middle or a curvy line in the middle? Because there's two different glyphs. They both have a hook at the top and a hook at the bottom, but if you don't make that line super straight or well curved, if it's somewhere ambiguous between the two, people are going to have a hard time reading your handwriting. I mean, English is already, or I shouldn't say English, but like the phonetic alphabet's already bad enough with how many different ways can you do a circle with a stem touching the circle. You've got your A's and B's and D's and P's and Q's, and it's too many of the same sort of thing. And if you got B and D, why doesn't A have a circle with a short stem on the left-hand side? Because you've got it on the right-hand side. I don't know. There's so many inconsistencies on how you build the language. It doesn't make sense to me. And this one's worse, somehow. That's the ultimate point I'm getting to. Somehow, this one does it even worse. Okay, so we've been here already. I just wanted to double check. I don't feel like there's anything here. Unless we need to use our decoder ring more often. Make sure that we're catching nuances. Whoops, wrong button. Did we do this in the school? I don't know that we did. Decoder ring the school up too. I do really like the school. This was a highlight of the Myst series, is codifying your key for later puzzles in a school setting. How clever. But their language needed a linguist. Was it like against the rules back then to hire a linguist to do something? Game of Thrones hired a linguist. He wasn't even the inventor of the words in the book. The guy that wrote the book, George R.R. Martin, he made up every single word for the Dothraki and Valyrian and all of that. He made up all of those words himself with no linguistic background, just because they sounded pretty. What should it sound like when the mother of dragons tells her dragons to breathe fire? And he just made up a word that sounded cool. It actually sounds like a cologne. CK's new fragrance smells like burning flesh. Dracarys. Actually, when they retconned the pronunciation, it became Dracarys. Anyway. Then they hired a linguist who came in and made a language around the existing words. Why couldn't they do that in Myst? Hire somebody to make a really cool glyph language. Okay, so this is a new area specific to this version of the game, I think. I don't remember a place like this. in the original. Yeah. What is that? Oh, it's one of those cameras. They're spying on us. Somebody's spying on us. Hi. Hello. I'm right here, buddy. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's moving when I move. It's a motion tracker camera. That is creepy. It's so slow, too. Oh, this is where he would do speeches to the village. All of the the drones inside those hives. I mean, it super looks insectoid, right? No, there's humans in there, or something like that. And he comes up here and does his Führer speeches. Can I speak? Myst man's got a thing to say. Alright, never mind. What about you? What do you got? What are these? They're not like depth charges, are they? Fishing? Maybe they're fishing things. Like they lead to traps down below and then you pull the buoy and you catch stuff. I see little somethings down there that could be some kind of trap for sea life. And maybe those buoys let you know where they are. You can pull on those to get them back. The Scythe from the Dragonbone Chair by Tad Williams, one of Martin's confessed inspirations, had the same fault. Ooh. Interesting that he's confessed. I wonder, does anybody know if George R.R. Martin, or if you could fact check this, has he ever confessed that he took... Are those fish coming out of the water? Aw, fish. That's sloppy. They should have worked on the pathing of that if they're popping out of the water right there. Can anybody check to see, did George R.R. Martin ever admit to taking inspiration from The Wheel of Time? Because I read through many of the Wheel of Time books, I think 10 of the total 14 or however many books there are. And when I read Martin's writing, so many parts of the way he built his world and the cultures smell like Wheel of Time cultures. I don't think there are any rules about it, but hiring specialist consultants for things wasn't as common in any field back then. Think about accuracy in movies. True. I remember watching, I don't watch a lot of action movies, but I remember my friends dragging me to watch one of the Mission Impossibles or something. It was one of the ones with Tom Cruise, and he's gonna like drive off heroically on a motorcycle, and he grabs the handlebars with his hand trying to get in frame. Handlebars aren't this close on a motorcycle, right? Unless you're driving a toy. But he gets his hands on the handlebars, and then he grabs the levers on both sides, the little metal levers that look like brake levers on a bicycle. He grabs both of those, pulls in, and then revs. Well, if you've ever driven a motorcycle or seen one in real life and you know how they function, one of those levers you pull in is the clutch. If you pull in the clutch on a motorcycle, same as pushing a clutch down on a manual drive car, the engine is disengaged from the wheels. So you can rev all you like if you're revving your vehicle to stop light or whatever, you can rev all you like, the wheels aren't going to move. The other grip that he's grabbing the little metal bar on is a brake. It is the front brake. You are braking the front tire. How could he grab both the clutch and the brake, rev the engine, and skid off? Huh? It's like somebody had literally no idea how motorcycles work. Yep, those fish are floating out of the water. It's really cute. Much less braid tugging and skirt smoothing in Game of Thrones, though. True, but I also feel like if there were ever a fantasy series that gained fame and notoriety George R.R. Martin is the least fantasy writing sort of fantasy novelist I've ever read. Everybody who writes in fantasy has like certain world building ideas and certain nomenclature and ways in which they write. And Martin seems like he just doesn't know anything about how to write fantasy, but thought he would give it a shot. And over the course of the books, it's almost like he got some workshopping with other people. And they were like, Martin, or Georgie baby, however they call him. You know, when most people write a fantasy, they might use, you know, certain words like adverbs when you talk about an action, like you know, he didn't just curtsy to the queen, but she curtsied obsequiously, or you know, he didn't just secret the dagger in his trousers, he secreted the dagger surreptitiously, you know. And it's like, hey, oh yeah, no, I do that too. And you slowly kind of see it appearing across the books later on, and also like descriptions of places got richer, and also like world building started to appear. Like, you know, Georgie, people talk about like the constellations in old societies. You know, a lot of weight was put on the stars. He's like, my world has constellations too. It does. Just you wait and see. I'll put it in. I mean, it's always been in. We just haven't gotten there yet. It feels like he was learning how to write fantasy while he was writing it, as much as Rowling with the Harry Potter books. I remember watching an interview back when people thought she was okay. Of her talking about the Harry Potter books, like she devised a strategy that she would write the early Harry Potter books more elementary for younger kids and get more and more complex in the writing style as she went on, because those kids would be growing up and be more adept readers, and so the books would age in difficulty with the kids aging in age. And I was like, I'm pretty sure you just got better at writing over time. I strongly disbelieve that she wrote that in purposefully. I think she retconned her own skill getting better as she worked at it. It just smells, I don't know, it smells off to me. Jordan isn't one I'm seeing. Tolkien, I don't feel like he was influenced by Tolkien. Williams, Feist, he really kind of pulled from everywhere. Interesting. The thing with Wheel of Time's biggest fault is taking 12 books to spell 3. 100%. The thing with Wheel of Time is that if Martin never admits to it, he's got a world that mimics Wheel of Time in so many myriad ways. I mean, not least of which you have like a Western world where people are sort of more Western of culture, and then you go east over a geographical boundary, and then there is a like scavenging warlike people who are nomadic, and they're critical to the storyline as well. I'm trying to think. There are a bunch of other... Me and some friends got together and talked about a whole bunch besides just the comparison between the Dothraki and the Aiel. But I can't remember all the other points we made. I'm in Myst brain right now. We should continue doing Myst for... I stopped long enough trying to come up with that conspiracy. If he claims it's not the case. Maybe. Okay, what am I cranking? Oh! Oh, hello! It's the way to the village. This one's the way to the village. This one? That means the last one must be that over there, which we've already been to. So... I think that's all of them then. But I'll still probably go to that one too, just in case something happens along the way or there's a reason why we should do it. But, you guys, the village. How do we... What are we going to do first? Are these drums or what? They look like drums in the first game. They look like drums in this. Why can we not beat the drum? I just want to click and hear the drum. Give us our Myst 4 ASMR, please. Okay, well. Hello? Knock, knock. Anybody? Anybody home? Hello? Can we climb up this one? Where'd my cursor go? It disappears when you get close to here for some reason. I guess they really don't want you even thinking you could possibly climb up there. That's rude. Alright, well. Those folks don't want anything to do with me. Are these weapons? Why the weird, like, nexus? Those spikes all kind of, like, converge on the point. And you got these hooks going on here, too. Can't take one. That's the one thing I wish in a Myst game. You find a weapon, suddenly you pick it up, you're like, oh, this game's gonna be real different. But seems like they're all pacifist games. Yeah, these things. Are these some kind of fish trap? A fish swims down here and the principle or concept is they can't swim back. Oh, I see how it works, actually. You can see inside. Oh, somebody really thought this through. So they swim through and these like spiky things, they'll probably push through and then it's hard to get back out. They don't want to get back out. And buoys to keep track of them. Yeah. Just like that. There you go. There it is in practice. Weehaw! Just so you know, the weapon you chose was perfect. Wait, what? Shep, that's for you. I don't know what weapon we're talking about. Apparently my subtitles wants to call you Shop. I promised myself I wouldn't read my own subtitles, but I really wanted to see how Shep's name would be rendered. Ah, it's still staring at me. Creepers. I'm back. Why are you back already? Oh, didn't feel like streaming long. All right. All right, can we climb up here? There's a way up here, and there's a way over here. Maybe let's do this first. Oh, yeah, this was the right choice. We'll go over here. We'll just open this pathway so that we have a lot better connectivity. Open sesame. How do I do the thing? There we go. Oh. It's so weird how the pathing is so different in this game. How moving around is so different from one place to the next. You've got a way to climb down from here. That's interesting. Oh, you can really hang out over this ladder too. Shop is better than what it called me. Hey, I don't make the rules of how this thing works. I know exactly who you can blame, but I don't want to throw them under the bus. I'm open to replacing it. Alright, let's climb up. Let's meet some villagers, maybe. Or one. At least one. Getting kind of high up. There's not really any guardrails here. Right in front of my OSHA handbook. We got some shell life here hanging out. Oh no, they're fish. Just drying in the sun. Nice. I love fish. Fish are like the perfect protein for humans. It's so weird how well oriented we are to eating fish. Like, how did that happen? Hello? Hello? Anyone? Why are these doors so low? Is the idea to crawl through on your hands and knees? Or are the villagers in this game Oompa Loompas? It's definitely a different experience. Just the fact that you can really get nitty gritty. You can get in and around all of these catwalks. I like that. I do appreciate how much more engaged you can get with the village. It felt like in the original Riven, I know there wasn't any reason to want it. Brandon Blackfire, welcome. Thanks for subbing to my channel. Be sure to do other YouTube-y things, like after you sub, make sure notifications are turned on. Watch my VODs, please. We're farming watch hours in 2024. So if you're the sort of person that gives free support to content creators, watching my videos on loop and shuffle and repeat is the best way to do so. Probably gonna go to bed since I'm very, very tired. Sorry for leaving and stuffing back in just to leave again. No, you're good. You gotta take care of yourself. Good night, Dame. I'll be back for your next stream. Thanks. Next stream happens Wednesday of next week. I stream back to back to back to back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Basically around the same time frame. So 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, 4 hours of stream, 4 days in a row. Catch you next time. Thank you for finding me. I don't know how you found me, but I appreciate you being here. Hi. You are epic, and I love the smell of your breath. I don't know. Can you imagine if they make games like this, especially big exploration games of this caliber, and they're like, now with smell-o-vision, you can smell the steam coming from the visage of the beastly fish? Dragon? What are we looking at here? Probably a fish. Those short teeth look like fish teeth. YouTube algorithm. Yeah. Have a good night. I always get to blame Kitty. Yeah. I miss Kitty as a content creator. I'm glad to see people happy and doing what they love and finding new loves, finding new ways to engage in life. But my current love, my absolute biggest love right now that's not person related, is content creation. And so a selfish part of me just wants everybody else to be in content creation also. I will gladly take the market competition to be able to share space with shout out people's streams, co-market, join in on co-streams, whatever I can do. I just like to learn about people through the art of streaming. Plus, I moved far away from everybody I love, so, you know, streaming is also kind of a way that I get to engage with people. My smile about his smile is because he has one. Oh, that's a nice way to put it. All right, let's crank the crank.
You are finally.
Nico, back from Lurkatory. Hello and welcome. We've just closed the fuming, steaming mouth of the beast, which will probably upset somebody in this village for having done that. Oh, I almost forgot. I want to share a Twitch clip with you from my stream that made me laugh. Let's take a look. How do I copy that and do a watch so everybody can see? Nico, how's your night treating you? Forgot I have to type in QWERTY.
Oh, where are you?
What? What a mess. Haven't we all been trapped in a wall, though? If you really think about it. If you all are not subscribing to devoting 10% of your income to Nico crushing yet. I'm just kidding. Just go send him a follow, sub to his YouTube channel, do all the things that a content creator would want you to do for Nico, because he's the bee's knees and a majority reason of why I'm here streaming to you today.
Birds.
Ancient times, Nico. Ancient times.
Yikes.
Look at Tiny D and Tiny Oz and Tiny Nico.
There's one down below there, I think. Or is that just... That's just wood.
Look at how epic our stream setups are.
Oh shit. It's on him.
Running. 452. My heart's racing. I'm gonna have a heart attack, everybody.
Okay, well, fuck.
I'm not leading anymore.
Aww. Our first creepy game together. That's right. That's how shoutouts go on this channel. Things are good, Mango. Been spending a lot of time in Sin County on my off-stream nights. Good stuff. What's Bus up to these days? From what I understand, Nash is back in the doctor's chair again. Doctor's chair? Doctors don't have chairs. Back in the clinic. He's doctoring again. What's Bus up to? My stream quality today was dog nuts. Is that why you decided to cut early? People getting stuck in walls, floating in the air, that sort of thing? What is that? What is that? Is that a wark? There's a big old thing floating in the water right there. I didn't even realize it until we got this high up. Uh-oh. It's coming closer to the village. Maybe it was only dissuaded by this steam, and now it's like, now I can come and prey on. Oh yeah, that's a freaking beast. That must be the wark. I feel. It's chilling. It's chilling down there. Ready to eat flesh. Nah, it's not that type of game. Bus has been working on getting into a bounty hunter guild. Okay, kind of where we left off. Though he's having second thoughts. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so this thing's closed. Oh, what the heck? What am I doing here? Why can I come so close to the closed mouth and I can't really do anything with it? Just pulls up and then pulls out. So that's I didn't mean to say it like that. Oh, here comes the smoke again. Let's get in there. Get a good steam bath going. Get my head right up on. Oh, you know what? I bet you placed something right there. You think? I can't access my inventory though. Well, I've only got my book. So, oh, and my Dakota ring. Oh, can you look in here and see anything? It just looks I guess it looks white. But I don't think that means anything. That might just be a graphic glitch because it doesn't look like it's showing any clue when you do that. Okay, well, maybe you do something down below to turn off the heat and then you look up there and you can see something, or you can go down the chimney. I'm spitballing ideas now. He's mid training with them. Oh, I didn't know there was like a whole training thing involved. Have they changed bounty hunting around, or is this just particularly kind of like this guild's onboarding requirements or something like that? All right, let's go back and start to explore this side of the village. This is big. I mean, it feels so much bigger once you can get up into the lofty areas that you couldn't touch with the original. Goes to draw a hot bath. Oh, that sounds really nice. I should do some self-care tomorrow. It's my first day of not streaming. I'll probably work though. Let's be fair. It will probably work. Oh, okay. Yeah, onboarding type stuff. Interesting. I wish I had saved a VOD of the onboarding experience for the Holy Drip. Because there's no more Holy Drip. There's no more Priest. He's just done. He's done with the game. He's done with content creating. I think he might have gone forward with... It looked like he might have been starting a business with his wife. And things might have been picking up really nicely there. And maybe he doesn't have time to be online putzing around in Sin all the time anymore. I don't know. I'm theory crafting. But he and Bailey were both just like, hey, we're just going to stop in Sin entirely. And they were more than big players. They're, you know, part of the... I think Priest was part of the volunteer team. Maybe it's that thing. What is happening over there now? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look normal. There's just steam blasting a hole in the water. Maybe you can climb down that ladder now. No, it looks like you can't. Maybe when we get closer, we'll be able to see what you can and can't do. Because that might just be off because of the distance. I don't know. But yeah, the onboarding experience was really cool. Even back then, Priest had a really weird guy playing his brother. It was maybe a subpar when it came to the whole experience of role playing. It just came off like a Scarface sort of dude. But those are good times. It's still there. Oh, I know Drip's still there. Abigail and I talked about setting her up with a whole new business infrastructure. And I was like, I would love to design like new spreadsheets that make sense, help you program the Discord bot and all this sort of stuff. And then my life went like 360. Went a 180 with like time management. Suddenly I was so busy with like 1,000 things. And we were really trying to build up just content creation, that sort of stuff. I think we had our economic crisis around then too.
Stop kissing everything.
And all those promises I made to her flew out the window. I feel bad. I hope she got everything working all right. Oz! Hi and welcome. Hi, everybody. How are we doing, Raiders? Damien Holme. But you should know that by now. If you don't know that, and you're in part of Oz's community... How dare you? That hurts. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. Hi, welcome. Hello. Who, her? Who? The butterfly I'm staring at? Or you mean the person I let down that I was talking about right when you raided in? Oh, Abigail, the owner of the Holy Drip. And for those of you watching my streams, here's the streamer of Oz on Twitch.
That's watching my stream can see this bullshit tree. What the fuck?
It's awesome.
We killed a native in Green Hell.
Can somebody please
and
clip this?
He wouldn't stop moving. His body was just ragdolling like crazy. Oh, then you gutted him. Poor guy. She was so looking forward to being the new owner, and we bailed hard. I know. It just didn't line up with IRL us. I still feel like we don't owe her an apology, but like I want to go back and say like, hey, I'm sorry. Look, your hand turns into a different cursor over this door. There's something you can do here. One door, probably just like the first game, there's only one door that would work, but that one was kind of more of an Easter egg. Human flesh. Makes you crazy though. Can't just eat human flesh in that game. She's doing so well as the new owner. Good. It's nice to hear. All right, let's take a look. Hello? How many clicks does it take? 5? Watch. Watch very carefully, everybody. The sign of 5. Intrude on a Rivenese villager's privacy is the achievement we just got. I'm sorry. I only did it because the first game had the same Easter egg. I didn't mean to be creepy. The game promotes it. Okay, so you can look down over this cliff side, which we've been to already. Man, these guys are great at catching fish. Look at all them fish. Hey, there's a lot of villagers. It takes a village to feed a village, Confucius once said. How high up can you climb? This is really interesting. You can intrude on a lot of people's privacy. You can look right in these windows. Although it's pitch black in there. Why is it so dark? Why do they have such small windows? What are you hiding? Oh my, you can really get... There must be a reason we're climbing this high up. Oh, it's one of those spire turret things. Well, I never did learn in the first Riven what these were even for. Like, what was the spinny thing at the top? What were these people looking out for? Are they like... It looks like a siren when that thing's spinning at the very top. So I just had this feeling of like they saw me or they saw one of the moiety and they're like, oh, it's one of them. Start the siren spinner. They did make a sound? I don't remember. But you just keep saying words. What are all these words? I'm not going to watch. I'm going to take care of a little bit of stuff before bed. Cat box, cutting soap. Oh, gotcha. They're vampires? This is a very bright island, and I've never seen it turn dark. This would be a horrible place to be a vampire. I forgot that they make a sound. Oh my. So... There's a frog thing, like in that one room. And there's soil? Maybe? We've seen a box like this in another room, in another area. Water. This is a water tower. I betcha. This thing drips water. This thing has to be underneath it. And we get water all the way out to that special tree over there. For reasons. Because why wouldn't you water the tree of goodness? I keep forgetting to use the Dakota ring too. Also, that looks like a fog. It does look like a fog. Why am I not gonna like you? What have you done? Why have you done this? Okay, can we move you? Or do we move you? Oh, nope. Don't go pissing just anywhere. How do we get this over there? There we go. Do I have to hold it down? Why do I have to hold this down? Alright, let's just keep doing this until... I don't know, let's just keep doing this. There's got to be a reason we can put this much water in without the game stopping us. You want that burger? You're right. I do. Man, this frog can throw up for a really long time. Or we're reading the anatomy wrong. This is a really, really long piss. Okay, are we done? Are we done here? That was a lot of water, my little dude. Well, hey, this has been such a terrific experience here. I feel like I'm connected with the land, and we've learned so much from the native people by using the vomiting frog. It really You know, I've had an epiphany on my own personal identity and my station in the world now. What if you pull the rock? I tapped on it and it didn't. It recentered me to interact with the frog again. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could mess with the rock too. Your brain thinks like mine does as far as solving puzzles. What if I tried this? Is this interactive? Can we tug on this? Okay, that's where I need to go next. One level lower from here. There's another drawbridge we can lower. Hi. You can... The fish are so close you can touch them. Alright, same deal here. Alright. Travel is that much easier. Well, now we can get around all over this place. Speedy-like. Yep, we're back here again. Can we throw some wood on the fire? No. What is this here for? What was this here for in the first game? Just to show that they cook things? Thanks, I guess. Alright, let's go back to our submersible and see, because we did something to the water when we closed the great fish mouth. How do we get down there exactly? A series of ladders. A series of unfortunate ladders. Because we can't skip the cutscene is the big thing. Okay. So many ladders. Alright, let's go check out just what the heck is going on way over here. What can we see? Steam. It's steamy down there. It's a whole Steam lodge. Something's going on. Doesn't look like we can get down there though. Unless we take the submersible and stop it right in the middle of the track somehow. Or is there a way... That's the fish mouth up there at the top of this. There looks like there's... whoops, not what I wanted to do. There's something right there. I don't know what that thing is that we're looking at. And it's hard to... Place is so smoky. Can hardly tell what's going on. Yeah, there's something there, but I can't tell what it is. It looks like just a handle to a chest, but then there's something coming off of it, like a electric wire. And looks like the only real way to get there is by the submersible. We can't climb this right now. This one's not clear to climb down. So we need our submersible guy. Where did I leave that? Other side of this? Can we get there easy? I think so. There's our friend. Wait, this one has a really wide bubble around it. So maybe we bring it over there and there is room to walk around from the wooden ladder. That's what I'm thinking. So bring this over to here. Here's the last stop, the one that we haven't done. Full speed ahead. Bosun, please lower our depth to 2.5 feet, please. Like how the water is like, the water surface is literally just above us. Like, why is this why are we in a submersible unit? I feel like we're riding the Disneyland submarine ride. This is so close to the surface the whole time. It's so silly. All right, let's come out. And then, is there enough bubble around here that we can walk? There is. That was it. See, you see how rational you can make puzzles? How rational and logical this game is? Who made these puzzles? Why did their brains work so much better? So realistically compared to the previous Myst games that felt like they were made by absolute psychotic mentality. Just, I don't understand at all what those people were thinking. In this game, I understand every step they were thinking. It all makes sense in my head. Nothing feels mismanaged. This is cool. Wait, why is this all... Oh, it's just reflecting the sky, I guess. It's a very, very blue reflection. Very dark blue reflection. If it is a reflection. It is. It's reflecting a color that's not up there. That's kind of weird. Also, getting so close to that burner, I feel like we'd be immensely uncomfortable right now. Okay, how do we get... How do we get... Why does this let us down here? How do we get over there? As... Mistman will literally not, like, just hop right over... I just need to hop right over there. I swore we actually got the right answer. But now he won't hop over these rails. He won't hop onto the rails. There's nothing to click on the machine to, like, get it to move on its own. I can't click a blue button from down here that'll signal this to go somewhere else. That would be dangerous too, because the water would start to come in around me. And this looks like it dips too deep right here. Like, this is too dangerous of terrain for poor Mistman to move. So close and yet so far. Like, what the heck? This absolutely looks like it's supposed to make sense. You come down the ladder. We're... What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Was that the work? That's scary. I mean, I know it's a game you can't take any damage in, but still. Everything made sense coming down here. I'm actually quite surprised that we're stuck in a way that we can't move either past these tracks or past this gap to get over there to explore what's going on. We can't climb in here. We can't climb on here. We can't grab the wheels. We can't move this device. There's not a button on it or a button on here. Or just push it. Mistman does not push things around. Mistman gets pushed around. We can't go into the water in any way. This cable here seems like it would be a likely something to deal with, but it just goes here into this ring. Does this thing rotate like in the old game? There is that other lever that we haven't touched on it, which could be a rotation like in the original. I don't know if rotating it does anything for the path forward. This thing. What does this do? Yeah, it rotates. Okay, so what that would do to the exterior, I don't know. Are there shackles in here? Why are there shackles? Why would you chain somebody into this? What does that serve? I have so many questions about, like, why things exist that I don't think the game answers or would answer. Okay, so I guess we can try going back down again and seeing if anything's changed. We've done some rotation work. Still not traversable. Doesn't look like that wire has changed in any way. The rail is still stuck where it is. Kind of, this looks like a button on the back of this, but it might just be a big rivet. Rivet. I can see less of the hot plate from one angle. I don't know. Oh, there's something right there though. It's got a fishy thing. Take a screenshot of that, I guess. Maybe that's all you needed to see was just hey, there's a fish drawn on that. That's not surprising to me. But you can't actually get over there. Alright, well. I think they used this to transport the human sacrifices. These people. How brutal. Oh yeah, you can really see the fish from up here. You don't need to get down there to do that. That's not part of the clue that you need to get below at all. Well, it feels like you go down there for something. I just don't see what it is or why. Well, I guess that's it for this area. Are you still seeing my YouTube comments? Oddly enough, I'm not. Maybe I need to reset. Hang on. I missed a whole bunch of your chats. What the heck? If I learned a new word, song, saying, I will forever say it in the accent I learned it from. I love that. Sorry, catching up with Cassiana's chats because for some reason, none of them came through when they were supposed to. Everything got stuck. So we should go back to talking about snacks again. I mean, you guys are in command of the chat the way you want to run it. Cassiana, you already have a significant amount of clout in my community and you've been here 2 days. If you want to make the chat talk about whatever you want, make it happen. Using Habanero is a science. I still say it looks like you can hang something from it. Oh, that's topical from somewhere where we were before. I need to make you chili. I will agree with that. I love chili. Drop my chili recipe into Gluttony. You heard it here. Everybody who's in Gluttony on the Discord server, do it. Yeah, sorry about that. My YouTube chat just absolutely froze. I just toggled something on and off and everything came back again though. So I don't know what got it trapped. It wasn't even on back scroll stuck. It was just not loading anything whatsoever. You saw them on stream? Interesting. So they were loading on... Well, I'd have to look like over there. There's loading there, but not on my chat feed. Okay, so... Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. No... What to do there? Should we leave this way? This is the way we first found the village. So I feel like it would make sense to come back out this way and see what we can learn. All right, this thing, this room. Hi, buddy. Is there something to click here? Like, why? I guess there are sacrifices being made, right? This guy's tossing folks to the fish. You just click on just those two. Anything. Nothing special. We tried clicking on all of those glowies, but I think they're just glowy for the sake of being glowy. I figure you were just ignoring me. I mean, I do that too. I'm just kidding. I don't ignore anybody. The only chats I don't read aloud are ones that break TOS. For now. Until one day when we get to be, you know, big brain streamer and there's so many people chatting, we just can't keep up. But so far, I'm able to keep up. Okay, we've already done that travel point. We've done all the travel points. So that's not anything we have to unlock. Just the part of the game where we have to figure out what we are doing in the game. Oh, the tree. Yeah, we just watered the tree. That should be the next thing we go check on, right? Is that thing that didn't exist in Riven 1, or the original Riven at all. Now we're gonna go take a peek and see just what is it all about. How do we get there again? Where's the path to the tree? Through these guys? I got distracted by Rumi getting home. Did you get under the water? So I got onto the surface, the ground level of that submersibles lake. But as soon as we were able to touch ground, like at the same level as the submersible, we couldn't walk anywhere. Yep, here's the path to the tree. This is where we needed to be next. Oh, I forgot there was this path. Where does this one lead? Just real quick. I just want to make sure I have my bearing set a little bit better. Oh, okay. We could have gotten there straight from here. But I also kind of forgot what we had just done. What we had just done was feed water to this tree. So we should take a look and see what we did, if anything. Flog. I set you up, right? Yeah. Alright. Oh, glorious tree with the blossoms. Well, it's got the blossoms, but it had the blossoms there before. We didn't do anything special there. So what's your secret? Did the water flow to your roots properly? It seems well hydrated. There's water right there, right? Do you grow a secret message? I mean, I kind of remember seeing these and thinking maybe if you walk around the tree, you will see these orient just so, and it'll make a pattern happen. Yeah. But they seem so random that seems so unlikely. Right? Maybe not. Maybe they do make something happen. Pretty hard to tell. I mean, I'm just looking at a bunch of different directions or places to stand and trying to determine, is that a shape? Maybe. Is that a shape? Maybe. That? Can we hear a sound or like have the game freeze real quick? When Mistman realizes that he's standing in the right spot, do I need to back up and see it from like a very specific point on the bridge? That's it, right there, you know? It made the shape, did the thing. And I'm pretty sure all of these blossoms were here when we first got here. The water was not an additive to that part of the solution. But it has water now. Is there anything beneath this? Or that this tree doesn't seem to touch anything. It seems very remote. But maybe me putting the water out is a sign to the natives that I did something goodly and right for them, for the people. What do you guys think? Did I do the right thing? You beautiful beasts. They're really not as easily startleable as they were in the original. Hi. Hi, buddies. I just want to see them disappear. Like, actually disappear. Yep. Oh, no. They actually do swim away. Oh, nope. It disappeared. We did see it for real disappear. They made it actually despawn well within the vision limits of the character. That's unfortunate. Okay. Maybe we're missing something. There's another. Do we get... If we get water on these, can we get seeds from the magic tree? Can we pluck them and then bring them to all of these plots of dirt and grow more ceremonial trees and make the villagers happy? Oh, I'm over time. I just want to try this one thing. I want to go up to the tree and see if maybe the seed pods are pluckable. If so, I'll wait to go discover all the soil patches next stream. But we'll wrap with me at least trying to, like... Can we click on any part of the tree? These all look reachable by Myst Man. Just grab a walnut and plant it somewhere. They say the 2 best times to plant a tree are 30 years ago and today. It's such a boomer thing to say, but it's true. I mean, kind of in a stupid way. Point is, you know, pre-plan for things as best as you can. And if you can't, just start late if you have to start late. But don't put it off any further. Yeah, there's no grabbing seed pods or anything. Those look like places you would plant. You know, something in dirt, add water, watch something grow. It would solve a puzzle, right? You would think. Well, let's just save it the tree. There we go. Hey, this has been like my favorite week as a streamer in a long time. Not in a long time. The week before it was good too, and the week before that, and the week before that. I just feel like we all keep getting better and more wonderful, and we have great chats, and I'm super appreciative of all of you across platforms. I know you folks in Kick and Instagram can be a little on the quiet side. Maybe it's just the nature of those platforms, but that's fine. I still love your faces. Thanks for devoting any time, literally, to, you know, the stream and our content and our community and connecting with other people in chat and growing something that I think really has a chance to be important. Not just big or like successful or fame or whatever. Like, all those things are fine, but what I ultimately where I want to go is to a place of importance, a place of value for people. And I think we have been. So just thank you guys for being you and for being a part of this experiment. We're going to have to make you a Dakota Ring command or something. You forget it at times when you should use it. Yeah, it's true. I get better at it once I remember that I have it, but then the next week when we get to the Myst stream night starts, I completely forget that this guy has an inventory and toggleable items by that point. Anyway, if you are missing the rhetoric that I usually give midstream, I'm not going to repeat it. I'll just mention the 2 things that are outstanding as far as this community goes. Number 1 being this diddly-do for the last bit of production equipment that we need in the studio for quite some time. until we start inviting like live guests and doing podcasts and that sort of stuff, which it's in my wheelhouse. I'd like to get there at some point, sooner than later. So we'll see. But that's future me's problem to fun. But yeah, the Rodecaster being a thing for audio routing and doing things that other devices could do but are worse at or are deprecated. The Elgato Stream, God, what was it called? The Stream Deck is end of life, and it used to be like the best thing, and they just stopped doing all software support for it 2 years ago, I think. Really a shame. And this is like better than that, but people weren't going for it because it's a little more pricey. And once Elgato decided to fire their whole IT staff and say, "Oh, we're just not going to do software updates for the Stream Deck," that just made up my mind. I was like, all right, well, the product was going to be inferior anyway. Now it's really going to be inferior now that it's EOL. So there's that. And then the YouTube watch hours. We are at, a month and 21 days or something past the midway point of the year. But we are only just slightly under halfway to YouTube partnerization. Now, the watch hour amount per day has ramped up and keeps ramping up. So if there's like an acceleration graph on that I can't foresee, I have no way to foresee how this will look in the future, then we will meet that goal before 2024 is over, and we will be partnered with YouTube for the second time. That's really exciting to me. But I'll still ask, watching YouTube videos costs you the electricity of whatever device you were already going to have on in the first place, your phone or your computer. Just pop up in another browser tab, tell a friend to do the same, your parents, your cousins, anybody. Pop my stream up, watch some videos daily, and help me get to that goal sooner than later. And yeah, then we'll be partnered, which will be great. I just want YouTube to notice me, senpai. And yes, Troa does help. Okay. I think that's it. If you were watching on Instagram, I just went over. Damn, I didn't get to say goodbye to them. Again, I really need a timer for that particular stream. I feel bad. I feel bad when I don't say goodbye to those folks. Well, it's too late now. That video is frozen. That's just the nature of Instagram until they lift the 4-hour mark. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for contributing to my watch hours. I super appreciate you being part of the live views. The live views matter. The VOD views matter. It all matters. So every little bit counts. So thank you for that devotion. If you haven't made a kick.com profile, please consider doing so and adding me there. My follower account is, it goes up and down. I think I might have been followed with some bots right out of the gate. So I think some of them might have gotten banned. But 75 followers there and I get affiliate. And then that's just yet another platform of future potential in getting our master plan to come to fruition. Your captions can't say Tera, but they know senpai. What can I say? The captions notice me. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. I'd be terrified to see what it made of my real name. Yeah, I mean, we could try it, but I don't want to dox you. All right. If you're on YouTube and Kick, we have to kill the stream now. And if you're on Twitch, hang on, because we're going to go raid somebody. But until next week, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you in the next one.